Okay, good morning, everybody. 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, April the 26th. Call the meeting. We'll begin by calling the meeting to order at 9:30 and start with the adoption of the agenda. Is there any additions from administration?
Your Worship, there are two additions. Item 11.1, 1030 Delegation Audit Findings Report, Metrix Group.
And we can.
And also a special council meeting for item 8.9.
8.9?
Yes.
It's not on there yet.
Okay. Any additions from council? Councilor Colton.
I'll move the agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you. Motion to adopt as amended. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Stephen. I can see you up there in the corner of the screen too. So, oh, and just as a housekeeping, we have 6 council here today live, and in case you can't see on the screen, we have Councillor Dean joining us virtually, which is in our meeting procedures bylaw. So with that, I'm going to move to adoption of minutes. We'll do these 2 minutes quick and then get into our delegation. So minutes for 5th of April 2023. Councillor Bush.
Make a motion to move the meeting minutes of April 5th, 2023 as presented.
Okay, very good. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay. Thanks, Councillor Dean. Next one is item 3.2, council meeting from the 5th of April 2023, meetings, minutes. Any errors or omissions there? Councillor Wilhelm.
I'll motion the council adopts the minutes of the council meeting from April 5th, 2023 as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Okay. We'll pop right into our delegation. Community Futures Yellowhead East Annual Stakeholder Report presentation. Michelle, you're here.
I am.
Do you want to do introductions of everybody, or do you know everybody? Or how?
There's a few faces I don't know, just staff-wise, I think, but otherwise I do know them.
Well, let's do the whole spiel then. We'll just start with our acting CAO.
Andre Vachon, I am the acting CAO and Director of Infrastructure.
Corinne Scott, Ledge Services Communications.
Devin Williams, Division 7 for Assiniboine Timu.
Chris Prestis, Woodridge.
Dave Bush from Selma.
And John Burrows-Reeve.
Peter Kilkin.
Jeremy Wilhelm.
Victoria, Director of Corporate Services.
And just on the council end, we'll get online as well. Councillor Dean.
Hi, Michelle. I represent Division 3.
Excellent, thank you. Good morning all, and thank you once again for allowing me the opportunity to come and share with you some of the highlights over the past year from Community Futures. I know we're on a bit of a strict schedule here, so I'll skip through some of the slides as you've got them in your package, and I'm sure either if you've had time to look at them now or later, that would be great. So basically who we are, I think you're well aware of who we are. We're guided by the mission and vision and value statements that you see here in front of you, and those are Community Futures wide and organizational values that we have to follow. Next, our board composition is made up of 10 elected officials from the 10 municipalities that are currently our stakeholders, which of course is currently on in terms of Woodlands County, so I won't get much into that. It is unique for us though in the sense that it is all elected officials. A lot of the other offices are some volunteers, some elected officials. I personally appreciate that it's elected officials because I know it's people that are already invested in their municipality and their community, and it really adds to the value they bring to the table. Again, a message from our board chair, Nick Yelch. I won't read it verbatim for you, it's there, but he basically has just gone on to say that you know, we all are coming out of COVID and we're revigorated and really wanting to do some new work in the future, but recognize that there's still a lot of struggles for our small businesses and the economy within our region going forward. We, like many others, find ourselves short-staffed at the moment and not certain when we'll be able to have a full accompaniment again. Unfortunately, that does leave us short resources sometimes and our ability to do some of the same types of programs that we've done in the past. This slide in front of you just represents where our current loan funds sit in our region. And so this is our regular loan fund right now that you're looking at. And it's broken down into the different municipal stakeholder groups within our region, as well as the sectors and the dollar value that has been lent out across the region. We don't have a huge number of regular loans right now. We've definitely seen some be repaid throughout last year, which is something we like to see, as well as clients that have now been graduated back to the bank, and that's the ultimate goal. So the next slide represents our RRF loan investment fund. You heard some of this last year, but now this shows with those top-up dollars. So anybody that did require the top-up loan throughout the past year that now had them at the 60,000 mark is represented here. This is something we're quite proud of because you can see we've actually managed to provide loans to business clients that required it throughout the entire region. And so you can see those numbers represented across the bottom and the dollar figures from those. And so we really rely on our partners, our financial institutions, to let people know that we're also available to provide those funds. And this is something that was very much needed throughout the pandemic, because a lot of the small businesses didn't qualify for the regular CEBA loans and so forth. And so this was additional loan funds that were provided to us from the federal government to provide to small business clients. But as a result of it, and this is probably where I'll focus most of my conversation this morning, is we're very concerned about what our region is going to look like come January 1st, 2024, when our RRF clients either have to have had paid back 75% of those funds that they borrowed in order to take advantage of the forgivable portion, start making their payments January 1st, 2024. And it's very concerning because a majority of the clients just within our region that we've surveyed have indicated they are still not certain how they're going to be repaying these back. And so we work with them on a monthly basis, indicating to them now how much is they have left, if they want to take advantage of the forgivable portion, what they owe, and if they don't, what those payments are going to look like. And so for many of our small businesses, that's going to be an additional $3,000 a month that they're going to have to start paying out of pocket, in addition to whatever other debt they've accumulated as a result of COVID. So that's something that's very concerning. In addition to that, we partnered with Community Futures, 25 offices across the province that did a further survey and investigation, which shows you by the figures there. Again, it's not just our region, it's across the province. Our small businesses were very concerned because I think the percentages in front of you indicate that at least 56% of those businesses aren't sure how they're going to do it. And what does that mean? So that's something we've been putting a lot of pressure on Community Futures, as well as our municipal and provincial governments to kind of start putting pressure on. We're aware of this. We know this now. The government did extend the forgivable time by a year, but they've not extended the repayment time at all. And so those clients that knew they would never be able to take advantage of the forgivable portion, they still now only have 2 years in which to pay that back. That truly going to how many are going to, and so that's something that we're really trying to get the government proactive now instead of reactive January 1st. We just recently met with MLA Martin Long as well to the Deputy Minister Michelle for Economic Development to say what is going to happen to these clients at this point in time. All we know from our end is that we have to give our clients 3 opportunities to make payments, and if they don't done, and we aren't the ones responsible to collect, but we still don't know what's actually going to happen to these clients. And so we're trying to put pressure to find out now so we're prepared as well. This next program here, or this next slide here, represents the dollars that we've actually received back to date in terms of the dollar figures going out. And so you can see which community, the sectors that have provided us with funds back, and the amount that we've gotten back. So we still have a ton to collect. We have gotten a little bit more since this time, but not a lot. Yes, Jeremy?
Sorry, just before, I'm gonna forget to ask this question later. You said you're not responsible to collect the loans if they're not collected. Is that the Alberta government then that does it? That will do the collection?
It's actually supposed to be the federal government, because these are federal dollars.
Oh, okay.
And so we believed in the beginning when we signed on to this program that it would be turned over to CRA to collect, but we've not actually received any document that says what we actually have to do. And so we're only months away, and we're very concerned in our office. What does that mean? What's December 31st looking like for us? And so we want to know now, because we've only been provided with a certain amount of min dollars as well to do the aftercare for these triple RF clients. And so it's concerning, and we want to know now instead of, December 25th.
Councillor Copen?
Yeah, through the chair to Michelle. Is this kind of typically something that's happening right across the province with Community Futures? Or
It is, and you'll see in your package should have included a couple of reports, the surveys themselves, and so there's quite a bit of detail in there in terms of across the province. Now, that provincial survey, of course, only surveyed X number of people that actually received it, so you have to take a look at that, but even still, it's saying like between 56 and 65% that don't know how they're going to do this. And that was as of the end of December, so not a lot has changed since then, other than our governments are telling us that we're doing well. I believe that's the calm before the storm, perhaps. This next slide in front of you, also, we received funding from the provincial government to provide loans through the Canada for the Canada Fund. So this was female 50% eligible received and we're able to that there's one extra provided before the end, which was after the slides. And we saw word that more, again, see a huge women's entrepreneur support program going on here, and it's been very successful. So I see that's definitely a sector that will continue to grow over the next while, because they were one of the ones most impacted over COVID. I won't get into this much. You're well aware of the community-based projects that we are involved in and that we receive support from Woodlands and all of our other participants where and when they can. Last year, we also, in October, our board came together to do a strategic planning session, and you can see the pillars across the top. Those are the areas of focus that will be the next 1 to 3 years, and below it, some of the operational plans that we have in order to meet some of those priorities. One of the hugest ones, succession planning going forward. I think majority of you were at EDA and heard loud and clear what that's going to look like in our retiring businesses and things like that, and how are we going to prepare ourselves for that. Again, like most people, we have minimum performance standards that we have to reach. Those were the results for our 21-22 year. We're required to get out a minimum of 8 loans throughout the year and a minimum dollar value of $400,000, as well as a number of training sessions provided to small business clients and business advisory services. The next one is what we provided. We again, our requirement to provide ahead of time what our plans will be for the 22-23 year moving forward, and you can see those in front of you and the expectations we have to meet for the next year. Upcoming opportunities, as I mentioned, we will be focusing on succession planning throughout the region. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like at this moment. We're hoping to apply for a grant that will allow us to hire somebody to focus on this and in partnership with our region. So that's something we may be calling upon for a letter of support. And then our youth entrepreneurship, we hope to do a lot more work in that regard over the next year, trying to have more youth coming forward, hoping them to start businesses, because that age is now increased to 34 through our program. Regional economic development efforts. We were successful in receiving an extension for our digital service squad member, which is a tremendous program that will help any of our small businesses that are a registered business improve their online presence. And then women in leadership and business, as I mentioned. Collective co-working space, I won't get into that much. That's a partnership with the town of Whitecourt, but it provides space for any small business owner, home-based business, to come into the office and utilize all of the equipment that would be required of any small business or even a traveling business person throughout the region. Digital Service Squad, again, I mentioned that we were successful in receiving this, so we'll now have that person until September of 2024. He's starting to travel throughout the region on a weekly basis. This was March's schedule, April's will be posted. It's all our stakeholders, and we ask you do the exact same, share it out to your social media platforms so your community is aware of this person coming in, door knocking, cold calling within your area. And that's about it. I just want to say thank you very much for partnering with us and continuing to. I feel we've been quite successful over the next while, but I do see we have got a lot of hard work ahead of us. Lemonade Day, we know, is coming up, and we're hoping to, we have 7 communities, again, that we're requesting partnership and hosting on. I know Woodlands, I think it's going to be on your agenda at the next meeting to discuss. Couple things that I can update you about that you have mentioned and requested in the past that we're looking at and implementing is we will be doing one event where it does require support of council, and that's in terms of being judges, but we will not be doing a separate tasting and lemonade day contest. We'll do them both on lemonade day. However, that does still mean work for those volunteers because they'll now have to go to every booth, do the judging, meet together, and then go back and do the awarding. But it is one event rather than the 2 like we've had in the past. We'll see how that goes. Whether the kids are going to be happy about it or not, I don't know, because they really did like that additional contest where they got to showcase their winnings throughout the day of it and able to, maybe make a few more sales stating that they were the best tasting lemonade. But that's one of the upgrades, and we do know we already have residents from Blue Ridge that have signed up for Lemonade Day, so we hope that you're going to continue with the partnership, but I think that's it, unless there's any questions. I won't take any more of your time.
I'm gonna ask one question. So I was looking through your bar graph there, and you've got a lot of loans out in the service sector and goods produced and restaurants and type of thing. Post-COVID, I think a lot of people's behaviors are changing, and I don't have any empirical evidence to say that. Is anybody undertaking any studies on behavioral changes in spending habits for people in the last little while? I know, and I think for people that don't quite understand what Community Futures does, I mean, they do really good market analysis around, can you make a business of this? So if people's spending habits have changed and they're not going to restaurants, they're not doing the things that they used to do, because I don't know, I go to a lot of places now and they're empty compared to what they used to be. We're just not seeing that anymore. So is there anything out there that will give us some of that information, how things have changed?
I can tell you Community Futures Yellowhead East is not doing something like that right now, mostly because of resources and so forth. And Community Futures as a whole is very limited. As you're aware, we haven't received an increase to funding since 2010, unfortunately. So we're very limited in the number of staff we can have. I can guarantee there are those studies going on out there, and we will probably be privy to the information, which of course we would then share. I do know our board is going to be looking very extensively over our risk tolerance in terms of the loans that we are providing. We have a minimum requirement, which makes it very difficult that we do have to get out X number of loans a year to an X dollar value of minimum of $400,000. But, and we're seeing a huge increase in intakes. Excuse me, some very unique ideas and opportunities, but also recognizing that we are going to be very diligent in who and what we approve. And unfortunately, I have just this week had to say to a restaurant industry that I don't feel we can support your request to expand your business, move your business, those kinds of things. And it's probably one of the hardest things I've done since I've taken this role on, because no longer does just work make you successful in business. And there's so many other factors at play. And I suspect a lot of the sectors that were impacted the longest are the ones that are going to continue to struggle, like you said, restaurants and so forth. Supply chain issues are going to be an issue, just the continuous cost increase of everything. So our entire province is gonna struggle. And when you look at the federal budget announcement, there was a lot of support to urban, but not a lot to rural small business. And so we know there's advocacy efforts that have to continue to go to, provide those supports to our rural small businesses. So we'll see. We meet Monday as managers to talk about the results of the provincial survey and what we as Community Futures are hoping to kind of do moving forward to push the information that we have, as well as what can we do then to support, because a lot of these small businesses are going to be coming to us to see if we can provide them funds so that they can take advantage of that forgivable portion, which is not going to be the case, and or if we can even help them take on that loan with an opportunity to extend that 2-year period over to 5. But if they weren't viable pre-COVID and they're not viable now, we're not going to be able to, because that affects our ability to provide funds moving forward.
Well, certainly if you do get any of those reports in, I know you always kind of funnel information, so
Absolutely.
we'd love to see that. Councillor Colvin.
Yeah, through the chair to Michelle. This youth and entrepreneurship lemonade day is kind of the big thing that you do right now.
Yeah.
How do we get some of that into our schools?
Resources.
Yeah, and how do we, like, if we're going to, create the next generation of people who are going to be in business, are going to see that. So I'm just wondering how we can participate in that, or how we can advocate for that.
100%. So next time you're talking to any of your public school trustees or school board trustees, please mention the program that does exist with us, because our board did put in $100,000 for a youth loan program. We managed to get one of those loans out the door already. We are this year, in terms of the trade fair, we've actually donated our booth to Dawson. You're all aware of Dawson because you've supported him as well. And there's one other youth that we're looking at that actually, we piloted a program at Percy Baxter this last year, teaching youth entrepreneurship, and then they hosted a market. And it was very successful, and it's grown immensely. I'd love to be able to do that full time. Unfortunately, we don't have a dedicated position. But you do know that we recently met with each of our municipalities in terms of this extra pot of funds that exists amongst the stakeholders. And that's definitely an area that I will be bringing forward and recommending that hopefully maybe we whether that's hiring an additional staff member or something to kind of work on that youth entrepreneur project. We're trying to do as much as we can. We're working with Barhead right now and a conversation with the schools to get some of it back out. And as soon as I have time, I'm to do the exact same thing again with NGPS. We've had it before, but it needs to be reminded again, and we do need to get in front of those students. So again, it's just sharing the opportunity as much as possible, and we rely on our partners to do that as well.
Okay. Thanks very much, Michelle, for your hard work, and I know I always try and steer people in the direction of Community Futures because they're kind of an alternate source of funding. I don't want to use that last.
No, we are a developmental source of funding. Right. And the one thing that, again, showed in the survey that still so many people are not aware of what we do. And if they were aware, they think we're only startup. And that is so far from the truth. We're startup, we're expansion, we're marketing, we're succession planning. And we need to continue to grow that message. So there's 3 of us in our office. So that's why you know, we count on our 10 municipality stakeholders to also help us, and the economic development committees to share the word.
Okay, great presentation. Thank you,
Thank
Council
you.
President.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion that council accepts the Community Futures Yellowhead East 2023 Annual Stakeholder Report presentation as information.
Thank you, Council President. Any discussion on that?
Thank you very much.
All in favor? All right, it is carried. All right, moving along, we're actually right on time. Thank you again, Michelle.
That'll be a lot more exciting than mine, huh?
All right, so this is a presentation for 2022 audited financial statements from Metrix Group. So we'll just, do you want us to do the quick introduction again?
You guys
or-
can if you want. I think everybody looks a bit familiar, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's just do it one more time here.
Connor Bashan, acting CAO and Director of Infrastructure.
Corinne Scott, Ledge Services Communications.
Devin Williams, Counselor, TU for Assiniboine.
Bruce Prestige, Councilor Blue Ridge.
Dave Cush and Song.
John Burrows Reeve.
Peter Kilkin for Assiniboine, Goose Lake.
Jeremy Willem, Whitecourt East.
And online we have,
Alan Dean, Whitecourt Central.
thanks.
And Victoria Chen, Director of Corporate Services.
Nice to meet you in person the first time. Awesome. Okay, well, thanks for having me here today. I hope we got my presentation.
Nikita's all over it. He's our tech guru.
Yeah.
He's, yep, there he is.
All right, perfect. Yeah, and then I guess my name is Jeff Allison. I'm a partner with Metrix Group, so we're responsible for the audit services our firm provides to the county here. So thanks again for having me out here and having our firm continue with the services that we provide. So to begin the presentation, I usually do a bit of an audit overview, so discuss the importance of an audit and really why we have an audit, and it's to enhance the degree of confidence of the intended users. Main users of those financial statements being yourselves as counselors, ratepayers, the province of Alberta, municipal affairs, so individuals, organizations with a vested interest in the financial performance of Woodlands County. This is achieved by us as auditors expressing an opinion. So we give assurance that the numbers are free from a material misstatement. So what that means is as auditors we seek reasonable assurance. So it's a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute. So we do not audit every transaction that happened during the year. As auditors, we also exercise professional judgment, as well as maintain professional skepticism, so a questioning mind. We stay alert to conditions which may indicate possible misstatement. Main concerns there being cut off. We want to make sure that transactions have been recorded in the correct fiscal period. So those that occurred in 2022 have been accounted for in the correct year. Revenue recognition, making sure revenue is being recognized once performance obligations or services have been rendered, and as well as collectability of accounts receivable. So is the allowance for doubtful accounts sufficient? Do we expect receipts to be collected? So those are just some areas that we're as auditors we're looking for and indicating for a possible misstatement when we're performing our work. And then as well, critical assessment of audit evidence. So has evidence been altered? Did we confirm things directly with a third party and receive confirmation back from them? Is the information we're receiving from management, has it been altered, or is it valid source documentation? So those are other areas that professional skepticism comes into play. On the next page here is our independent auditor's report. So at the top, we outline our opinion, which is that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects, the financial position, results of operations in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the accounting standards that all government organizations report under across Canada. And then when it comes to the basis for opinion, that is conducted in accordance with Canadian generally accepted standards. So auditing standards too are across Canada. However, when it comes to the framework sector accounting standards, if you were, say, a publicly traded company, you report under IFRS. Not-for-profits have their own standards. So the accounting framework can be different, but the auditing standards are the same. So whether you're a publicly traded company or a local government, auditing standards are the same. It's the framework and the presentation that can be different. The next part of the audit report outlines responsibility of management, those charged with governance for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statement, and then auditor's responsibility for the audit, which in summary outlines our objective, which is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. So the next slide of the financial statement will give you a snapshot of where the county was as at December 31, 2022. You'll see your cash and cash equivalent position was up about 3.8 million year over year. mainly due to about 5.8 million positive cash flow that was generated from operations. You then spent about 1 million on tangible capital asset additions and another 960,000 on debt repayments. So those are the net effect change of your cash year over year. When it comes to taxes and grants in place of taxes receivable on the next slide, you'll see your current taxes and grants in place there are down to 1.3 million from 2.1. Also to note, in 2020, I believe the amount was about 3.6, 3.7. So over the last 3 years, definitely the current tax amount there has decreased, leaving you at 1.3 this year. Arrears taxes at 1.1, leaving you with a total outstanding amount of 2.4. And then allowance for doubtful accounts down to 1.4 from 2.1, or a $665,000 reduction there. Again, the allowance is made up of a few oil exploration companies there, linear tax assessments. So, definitely the allowance covers the arrears as well as sufficient portion of the current amount in relation to those unpaid tax amounts. So hopefully, obviously not as bad as historically as the county has had, but definitely some names and some amounts on there that continue to grow. So something to be mindful of still going forward. The next slide here, other receivables. You'll see your trade accounts receivables at 1.3 million. Receivables from other government made up of your disaster recovery plan there still of 939,000. Goods and services tax of 68,000 owing for the November-December payment. Last year was the same as well, just had more activity near the end of the year there, so reduction in GST owing. Allowance for doubtful accounts of 48,000, leaving you with 2.2 million still of other receivables to be collected subsequent to year end. The next slide will take you back to the statement of financial position. Your remaining financial asset is your loan receivable. So you have about four different loans outstanding there. You had a bit of a new one here, 25,000 for the Friends of Lakewood Society, but mainly all principal repayment in the year, so a reduction at a 2.3 from 2.5. And that left you with total financial assets of 21 million versus 0.8, so about a 3.3 increase there, which is good to see. When it comes to liabilities, so what the county still owed subsequent to year end is about $8 million owing. 6.3 million is owed to other governments. 1 million in general trade, about 300,000 in wages, and 227,000 when it comes to over levy for taxes, the requisition portion. So again, those are to be paid subsequent to year end. Deposit liabilities of 275, employee benefit obligations, that represents your vacation and sick accrual, so additional vacation and sick time owing this year versus last year up to 357. And then on the next slide, deferred revenue. So this outlines your grants that are still owing, still that you have on hand, but to be applied to future projects. So to start the year, you're at 1.3 million, you received your MSI allocation of 845, your Canada Community Building Fund of 280, as well as some other grants of 37,000. You then spent 1.8 million of your grant funding in the 2022 year. $1 million of MSI went towards gravel crushing, various bridge work for the Canada Community Building Fund, and then as well for the municipal stimulus program. It's home road subdivision widening, so I do believe it. But yeah, that's where those funds went in allocation to that project. So at year end, you're left with still 260,000 in MSI and about 410,000 in other deferred amounts or grants to be spent in the upcoming year. If you're looking at that, back to the statement of financial position, long-term debt is at 6.8 million. So there's actually a slide for that as you go forward. You can keep going down. Yep, one more. Long-term debt, so you got about 6 debentures outstanding with with the province of Alberta. You can keep going down. Next slide. So maturity dates of 2030 to 2032, interest rates ranging from 2.15 to 4.9. Total interest paid in the year is about 227,000. Your current portion of debt repayment next year is 671, and you had 2 debentures retire in the year or completely pay off. The next slide will show you your debt limits. So your debt limits based on the Municipal Government Act. Total debt limit is calculated as 1.5 times your total operating revenue. So based on the Municipal Government Act, you're allowed to borrow up to 37 million. You currently have just over about 6.8 million, so 30.4 left. And then your service on the debt is 0.25 times operating revenue, or 6.2 million. Your servicing of debt next year is 880,000. leaving you with 5.3 left. So you're well within your debt limits based on the Municipal Government Act requirements. The next slide, statement of financial position, and you'll see a decrease in your liabilities, so 16 million from 18.5, so down 2.5 million year over year. And then you'll see your net financial asset position. So if you take your financial assets, A being 25 million minus B of 16 million, you end up at 9 million, which is a $5.8 million increase from prior year's 3.2. So what that means is that if you were to take your cash, collect your receivables, you would have 25 million, you then pay off your obligations of 16 and be left with $9 million in the bank. So definitely come a long way in the 4 years that I've been here, when we started with a net debt position, I think, of 10 million, and now we're sitting in a $9 million positive position. So definitely, definitely a stronger or healthier statement of financial position now than you have had in the past. So. The next part of your financial statements represent your non-financial assets, so your tangible capital assets, which are shown at 78.4 million. So the next slide here, you'll see a breakdown of your additions in the year. So you spent about 1.2 million on additions, so engineering structures, various bridges, as well as the road subdivision widening there. Vehicles, as a deposit put on a fire truck there for 60,000. And then amortization. So your amortization is at 7.1 million, and what this represents is the usage of your assets in the year from an accounting perspective. So if you've been building this last 5 years, if you have roads that say last 50, or machine equipment that last 5 to 10, you take a percentage of those assets, and then it comes into your operations every year, representing the usage of those assets. So as you can see, your additions are 1.2. Your usage is 7.1. You're seeing a reduction in the net book value of your assets, which could be indicative of your assets are aging and they're not being technically replaced from an accounting standpoint. So definitely something to be mindful of going forward. In lines of adding to your tangible capital asset base, or or potentially is the useful life of these assets may be accurate as well. So yeah.
Jeff, I'm just going to ask you one question on that amortization. Excuse me, because that amortization came in as a trackable number by Municipal Affairs in when? 20?
Well, 2009 is when tangible capital assets were adopted within public sector accounting standards. So before you would expense everything through a capital fund, so there would be no. There would be no kind of amortization on your book. So amortization is a non-cash item, so you obviously don't have, it's not necessarily an expense where it's a cash outlay to the county. However, if you have something that lasts 5 years, like say a loader, and then you have an amortization expense over 5 years, if you do generate, break even with that amortization every year, then technically you have paid that off over 5 years and should have the funds to purchase another kind of loader, right? So there is part of it that makes sense, where you're seeing the usage come in every year, you're still generating enough additional operating surplus to then replace that asset in the future. However, it depends on how much of that you want to be doing.
So the way that I typically explain this to residents when we're talking about the financial end of things is, this is kind of a very rough calculation of almost an asset management program without having an asset management program, and it gives a tracking for the municipal government to see which direction the municipalities are going. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, so because this is really an accounting treatment, so everything is set up with an expected useful life, and there's a policy, we kind of follow it. But when are these roads gonna last another 20 or 30 years and what they're on here for? Maybe. But then from our standpoint, it would make sense that maybe you review your tangible capital asset policy, make sure your useful lives are based on what you expect, and maybe we need to make adjustments to this in order to make sure that it's in line with what your expectations are.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, and then obviously an asset replacement plan would be an additional portion to this that would be beneficial. And then also asset retirement obligations that we're going to talk about later are going to be coming into effect next year, where potentially there's additional costs related to these assets and the retirement of them going forward that needs to be accounted for as well. So definitely lots of time spent in these in this area on an audit standpoint, but yeah. So then your net book value there of 78.4 million. On the next slide here, back to the statement of financial position, you'll see your inventory for consumptions up to about 1.5 million from 800,000. Mainly gravel, additional gravel on hand at year end, so about 1.1 million versus 400,000 in the prior year, where you see the bump in inventory. Prepaid expenses represent expenses that you paid for in 2022 that pertain to the 2023 fiscal year. So then your non-financial asset position year over year down to 80 million from 85.6, or a $5.2 million decrease. Your accumulated surplus, if you take your net financial asset position of 9 million, add D, your non-financial asset 80.3, you end up with an accumulated surplus of 89.4, which is about a $568,000 increase year over year, which is reflective of your annual surplus for the year. So on the next page is a breakdown of your accumulated surplus. You'll see your unrestricted amount is up to a positive now of 1.4 million versus a deficit in the prior year of 3.2. Your restricted surplus is up 1 million to 14.6 from 13.6. And then a decrease in your equity and capital assets of 73.4 versus 78.5. So in summary here, if you were to look at this, you've got about 15 million representing your unrestricted and restricted, and then 73 representing your equity and TCA. So I talked about a $560,000 change. So really what that would mean is that 5.6 million actually went to the cash side of your restricted and unrestricted. That's why you see a bump in both restricted and unrestricted, whereas your equity and tangible assets decreased by 5.1 million. So really the change in the net effect of your surplus was mainly in relation to amortization and the reduction of your tangible capital assets, and a higher positive cash change year over year is what you saw. So just kind of a bit of a swing there in your accumulated surplus, where it's more of a cash, you have a cash surplus, but almost a deficit in your assets. So after looking at that, the next slide here begins on your statement of operations. So about page 5 of your financial statements here. So you'll see the revenue that was generated by the county. So a total of 24.8 million, which was down from prior year about 1.3 million or 5%. So when it comes to your net municipal property taxes, that was up about 5% year over year. So you saw an increase in your average rates about 3%, and as well as in your assessment amount. So that caused a change year over year. When it comes to other, that's at 1.5 million versus 2.4. Prior year, you had 1.5 million in there for PERC. This year, about 187. So that's the additional tax recovery on the education portion there for writing off tax amounts only. Government transfers for operating down to 700,000 from 2.6 million. Prior year, you had used grant funding for road re-graveling, stormwater, as well as slope stabilization. So those costs were repair costs that were included in your operation. So the grant gets reported here, whereas this year you use less grant funding in order to cover operating repairs, so only 700,000 in the year. When it comes to investment income, you're up to 600,000 from 185. So this is a pretty common trend in most places. Definitely earning more money now on the cash that you do have on hand with interest rates rising. So definitely be mindful of that. Keep doing that, because obviously costs are going to increase. So if you can generate some more interest income, that'll definitely help with offsetting the additional expenses going forward. User fees, penalties, and rentals are all in here. Very consistent year over year. A bit of a spike in taxes up to 271, and again a total revenue then of 24.8, which was slightly less than what you had budgeted, or $40,000 difference. The next slide, just the pie chart, kind of gives you a breakdown of where your funds come from. So net municipal property tax this year did make up 85% of your total revenue. Last year was at 77%. Really the difference in the change there is that you saw a reduction in other revenue allocation and a big reduction in your government transfers for operating, which last year made up 10%, and this year only 3%. The next slide here, expenses by function. So what departments in which the funds were used. So transportation make up the bulk of that of 13.3. It is down from prior year. Prior year you had flood repairs in there, about 700,000. So that's why you see the decrease year over year. Utilities and waste management. Prior year, the waste commission costs, operating costs were higher, so a reduction there to 1.6 from 1.8. Recreation and culture was up to 1.2 from 988. You had spent more on local transfers in the year. You have a new one with the town of Marythorpe there, so that was about a $100,000 change year over year there. And then on agricultural services, you're up to 767 from 602 as you had additional asbestos abatement there versus prior year as well. So that left you at 26 million in expenses versus 26.2. And then also an $833,000 variance from budget. So when it comes to the budget to actual on the next slide, you'll see the budget shouldn't it shouldn't say without amortization there, but expenses by function. You'll see the line item, it may represent your budget, and then the dark blue representing your current year and light blue representing prior year. You'll see most items there were at or below budget. When you get to utilities and waste management, your amortization to actual versus budget was a little higher, so that's why you see the boxes a bit above that. But everything else was pretty close to or at budget there. The next slide, expenses by object. So what the money was spent on. Amortization at 7.1 million within your operations here. Salaries, wages, and benefits of 6.6 million. So you saw an increase from prior year. It definitely as the positions were filled there. Contracting and general services up to 4.7 versus 4.1 budget. Again, that was in relation to the asbestos work there. Transfers to local governments of 3.3, materials, goods, and services of 2.9, and then a provision for allowance here of 489. You had budgeted a lot higher there than what was actually needed to be adjusted for on the allowance. Again, leaving you with total expenses of 26 million, down from prior year 150,000 versus prior year's 26.2. This next slide here is a bit of a chart on the expenses by object. The next page. So when you take your total operating revenues less your operating expenses, you do end up at a deficit of about 1.3 million. When you add in your government transfers for capital then, what you had spent on capital funding for your grants, 1.7 million. So MSI was 941,000 on gravel crushing. Canada Community Building Fund of 355,000. MSP funding of 257 and STIP funding of 168. As well as you had a gain on the sale of a packer and loader in the year. So total other revenue of 1.8 million left you with a total annual surplus of the year of just about 568,000. So that's where you see the increase in your accumulated surplus from prior year to this year. So in turn then on the next page, just in summary, again, you had another surplus year, so 568,000. Your net asset position has increased from 9 million from 3.2. We do have an audit findings report to council, but in turn, there are some control deficiencies noted in there. So no unusual accounting policies or estimates, unrecorded misstatement, and no significant difficulties to report to council while performing an audit. So I just want to thank management and staff for all their support and getting us all the information we needed so that we could complete our work on time and be here to present before the May 1st deadline. So. Yeah, I don't know if anybody has any questions maybe on the financial summary or highlights there before we go into the other report.
Oh, I'm sure you're gonna get a couple of questions.
Sure.
Stay on, Jeff. I'll check the room. Any questions from admin, or from council, sorry? Anybody? Okay, I'll do one.
All right.
You mentioned about the interest on reserves and being a little creative with investment and trying to. I'm adding a few words to it, but you seem to indicate that there might be an avenue to get a little more creative on generating interest with some of those reserves. In the past, we didn't really have this problem because we didn't have any reserves. And one of my concerns, and I think council too, right now is a really bad time to stuff cash under your mattress and have no interest paid on it, or the interest that's being paid on it being less than the rate of inflation. So what kind of creative options are available to the municipality?
Well, from what I see, so obviously you are required to maintain fixed income securities, so you can't get involved in equity markets based on the Municipal Government Act. But currently, obviously with your financial institution that you currently bank with, looking at products that they would have in order to generate added, I guess, interest income through that. Other municipalities also have done RFPs for their investing portfolio with a certain lump sum of money. So definitely you'll see that other places where they either have an investment advisor that has a bond portfolio for them. That would be kind of the only other option. So again, might be something that the municipality might want to look into this summer, and making sure that they are generating the best return they can on their investments, and as well as talking to their current financial institution for products that are provided there. So definitely the banks are, wanting to, your money, business for them. So, might as well see who wants it, I guess. That would be my kind of thoughts, or what I've seen from other, I guess, municipalities that I go to and talk to.
Thank you. Any other questions? Online, Councilor Dean, you're good?
No, I have a question.
Okay, your arm, just so you know that your arm, when you raise it up like this, the screen ends right here, so I kind of see it. So,
Okay. So like this? You do that?
Yeah. Lean back, yeah.
Closer to your face.
Go ahead, Councilor Dean.
Thanks. I'm supposed to do some shoulder stretching exercises, so I'll make sure my arm's up far enough next time, John. Thanks for this report. I wanted to come back to the tangible capital assets and how they're amortized, and whether or not those amortization schedules are where we think they should be. Are you aware of other municipalities that, is there a scale of a typical amortization for tangible capital assets?
No.
That we could refer to?
When it was initially adopted in 2009, there were a few different, templates or manuals out there provided by Municipal Affairs in order to take guidance on, how to calculate what your cost of your road should be, other infrastructure assets you may have where you don't physically have an invoice for, and then also, expected useful life. So now that, it's been 13 years since we've gone through this process. Sorry, more than that, but you just want to make sure, is this in line with what you're actually doing? Should you be reevaluating where your assets are, talking to, infrastructure within your municipality, other engineers, to make sure you do have the proper expected useful life? Is this when you plan to replace this or not? Should it be longer? Should it be shorter? So definitely reviewing your tangible capital asset policy for that, I think, is good practice. Obviously, with asset retirement obligations coming next year, there's already going to be changes when it comes to your tangible capital assets. So whether you want to do it at the same time or do it some other time, I think it is, worth looking at to see if it is in line with what your practices are going to be.
Okay, and just to follow that, what I'm hearing you say is there's no hard and fast rule. There's some industry standard, not standards, but I guess kind of standards. But we really should be reviewing this, and then this information could be fed into the asset management program.
Yeah, exactly. So then if you're planning to replace this road in 50 years, and you've only got 10 years of amortization left on it, well, maybe that's not really in line with what your plans are or the expected life of all the material on that road. So, maybe an adjustment then needs to be made to be more in line with what you're actually planning to do and what the actual expected life on that is versus what you currently have on your book. So again, when it first came out, there were guidelines. I think a lot of people were within the guidelines. I remember I had one municipality that had a road base of 100 years, and other ones have 40. So it's a bit all over the place. Also could depend on whereabouts you are in the province. Are you in Northern Alberta municipality versus a Southern Alberta policy, and it's different, right, based on how things will last and weather and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's good. I think it's good now to take a second look at that in the coming years, maybe, and make sure that is in line with what's actually happening.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I've got one other question. I'm just trying to find the number, but I can't find it at the moment. So we're really running around on the revenue side of what we get to spend in the county at the municipal side is running around 24 million, right?
Yeah,
And
your
that
total
30,
number, yeah.
that 33, what did you have there as a number, 33, as a total budget? That includes the school requisition, the Last Stand Foundation, and all of the provincial
Oh, yeah,
requisitions
yeah,
as
that's
well.
net, yeah, so that tax amount there is net of the requisitions.
So a conversation that I'll have, since you're doing this through other communities as well, and this really kind of comes about because of a statement made at one of the RMA conferences by one of the ministers, and it was when we had 12 million in unpaid taxes for oil and gas. She said, well, we're not the ADR is not the municipal tax collector. But I don't think people understand that we collect in our budget, we're collecting almost 10 million for the provincial government that's taken up in our tax room. We can't do anything about that 10 million, but we're on the hook responsible. We get our fingers pointed at us by residents and say, hey, you took another 10 million from me, but it's all at the provincial end. So my question is, with the addition of policing downloaded now to rural municipalities, the school tax, which we can't do anything about, it goes up and down, we have no input on whatsoever. There was discussions by some municipalities about taking out those requisitions and setting them aside on the budget and saying, this is what we're collecting for Woodlands County from residents, and this is what's going to the province. And in some cases, I understand that the province is saying, no, you can't do that, that's illegal. So can we do that? Because I think it would really help us on the next year tax assessment when we start having these genuine conversations about who's collecting it, where does it go, and whose responsibility is what.
I'm not 100% sure I know exactly the rules of what the bylaw has to say for the tax amount, but definitely the requisitions are picked up by the county and then paid to the school, the senior, and then if you're supposed to be doing police now, or, you know, generating that yourself, you might, I don't know if you're supposed to be indicating that in your tax bylaw, but I was assuming you would have some number in there as to what percentage of the total amount is going to police and why you're taxed that amount, but.
Well, we've just picked up another 500,000 from on policing, so
Yeah.
that's roughly, right? Yes. Roughly 500,000 annually for policing. And, you know, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
policing is an expense, it's gotta be paid, but when it's demanded from by the province at a fixed rate, and it's not a cost you can control, I think it's fair, I don't think it's unfair to break that out of the municipal collections and say,
Yeah.
okay, these are.
Yeah, treat it like a requisition like you do for the school and the senior mounts, yeah.
Right.
Totally understand that kind of.
Okay.
That kind of, you know, perception and look at that. I don't know the exact rules of the bylaws or what you can show or not, but you know, you are taxing in order to transfer those funds away. And then obviously, you know, like say you're supposed to pick up 500,000 and then there's you got 305 changes in your tax roll and you only end up collecting 460, well now you gotta come up with an extra 40,000, but should you pick up that extra 40,000 next year then, that you missed out on this year that you didn't get? And because that's what you do with your school amounts. Right, if they tell you how much to collect, if you collect less than that, then you gotta pick up the difference next year. If you go over, then you pick up less next year, because you have to make sure that you wanna make sure that you are collecting what they actually require. But there are changes that happen after you run your bylaw, or your mill rates, that can affect the amount that you do collect.
Fair. Any other questions from council? And if not, I'll take a motion to accept the report. Councilor Coken?
I'll make the motion to accept the financial report as presented.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any discussion?
So, I need the approve, not accept.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
So we
Approve.
just call it a friendly amendment from
Yep.
accepted to approved.
I'll accept it.
Go ahead.
May we have the motion as recommended, because there's more than just the presentation within the recommended motion.
Sorry, my glasses are not working as well as I hoped they would. Council approve the 2022 audit findings report, that one?
Yeah, because the audit finding report is in the
Oh.
second.
Okay, let's clean this up then.
Yeah.
Will you withdraw the original motion?
I'll withdraw the original motion.
Thank you.
And I'll make the motion that council approve the 2022 audit findings report and the audited financial statements of Woodlands County for the year ending December 31st, 2022.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion? All in favor? All right, that moves to a committee of the whole portion here at 10:30. We're right on time. So this is again an audit findings report under FOIP 24. Councillor Wilhelm.
I'll motion that council moves into committee in the whole under FOIP section 24.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, we are in closed session. I'll just wait for Nikita to. Okay, so we're coming out of committee of the whole under item 11.1. We have a motion as a result of that. Councillor Kush.
Make a motion that council accepts the audit finding report as information.
Very good. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Dean. I saw you. Now, normally, I would go into section 5, but I think we're gonna do 7.1 first, and we'll get that one. So that's our 15-year project list and current
Well,
adventure.
thank you, yeah, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, thanks,
Again.
everybody, yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you were gonna stick around for
Well, good. Gotta go to another meeting. Thanks for having me and.
Thank
enjoy the
you.
meeting. Take care, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, appreciate it. So yeah, our 15-year, item 7.1, our 15-year project list and current debentures.
Your worship, members of council, at the April 5th council meeting, a motion was passed directing admin to provide a report on current debentures, payment schedules, and a 15-year forecast in comparison to the 5-year recovery plan. As we've identified, there are 6 debentures on 4 projects. Total payment for 2023 was $880,000. We've identified known up-and-coming projects. Identify that a lot of these were noted in the 2021 asphalt road management or assessment report. And should also note that driving surfaces can deteriorate at varying rates depending on a number of factors. So these are the best forecast on these roads. Once the asset management program is complete and active, other priorities are likely to be identified. So the list we've identified for up and large projects, a tune of about $2 million. And in consultation with corporate services, we've reviewed the 5-year financial recovery plan, and we feel that the recovery plan's course, maintaining the course of the recovery plan for the full 5-year period will support the county in achieving its desired financial goals.
Through the chair, admin, is the expectation that these values, these will be debentures that we'll have to do, or will we be able to pay through our capital budget?
Through the chair, Councillor Wilhelm, that'll all depend on the county's financial situation at the time.
Okay.
But most likely, these will be debentures unless we get some unanticipated revenue coming in or back taxes being paid, which, as I said, could have an impact on the county's financial.
Anyone else? Councilor Prestige?
Through the chair to Andre, you have 2 items with OBH. What does that stand for?
Through the chair to Council Prestige, OBH, Old Blue Ridge Highway.
Oh,
There are 2 separate segments to that road that we've identified.
Just one question, in all of these lists from 2024 all the way out to 2035, these would all be paid by, the idea is to pay these all by debenture, or are we in a different place?
Through the chair, Your Worship, again, it depends on the county's financial situation at the time it's available. Some of the smaller ones likely will be paid outright. The larger ones, I'm assuming will be debentures, but again, depending on the weather, traffic, some of these may deteriorate faster, requiring more work. But these are the estimates provided by the engineers in 2021. So again, it'll depend on the county's financial situation, whether they're debentured or paid out at the time. And again, it'll depend on grants that are available at that time.
Yeah, like for me, I mean, I've been sitting here, I'm starting into my 7th year, I think. And I've got 6 debentures that are totaling,
6.8.
yeah, well, that's remaining, right? That I wasn't around to have a conversation about when they were done, or how they were gonna get done. And I'm a little frustrated that the decisions of the past are affecting the decisions of the future so much. I mean, we always know that they are, but so I'm leery on debentures of this length. And I think in the future we're going to have a conversation around our strategy for our reserves too, because I know we need that 10 million in operating. Like that has to be there. We're going to be borrowing money to just operate, so that's actually got to be there. But our situation's changing a little bit, so that'll be a discussion for the upcoming times. Go ahead.
I should point out that these debentures that are identified, they were quite large debentures. The projects were 5 million plus. So I'm assuming that's why they were debentured versus being paid off.
Okay. Any other questions to admin on this one, Councillor Wilhelm?
I'm just gonna make a motion that council accepts the 15-year project list and current debentures as information.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Thanks, Councillor Dean. Okay, with that, I'm gonna move over to, where are we for time? We're at 11. We'll go over to our bylaws, 5.1. Let's just find my agenda. Okay, Victoria, you're gonna take us through this borrowing bylaw for Forest Creek Road.
Okay, so we have, so first of all, we already got the first reading, and upon the approval of the first reading of the bylaw 598/23, we have published the public notice to allow the ratepayers, if they want to have any petitions. So as of today, administration did not receive any petitions from the public. As of today, we're presenting, asking for council for the second reading and the third reading for bylaw 598/23. And this is for the borrowing bylaw on the Horse Creek Road resurfacing. So the amount that we are seeking is 1.7 million. And then I have attached a different calculations based on, because I believe the council have discussions about the repayment such as 10 years, 15 years, years. Of course, based on the durations of the, depending on the durations of the loan, it would affect the total cost of borrowing. So if we aim for 10-year terms, the total borrowing cost, which is like the total cost of the interest, would be $466,000. And if we're paying in 15 years, the total cost of the borrowing will be $722,000. And if we're borrowing we're paying in 20 years, and the total cost will be just a little bit shy of $1 million. The interest rate didn't vary too much, from 4.52% to the 4.9%. And what the administration is also opt for is that we are going for a fixed principal amount, so that in this method, the interest cost will be lower. It's just that the payment will be significantly lower as the outstanding balance is being paid down. At this point, the administration is recommended for the 15 years, given the fact that this will be a new loan and representing additional. This one will be representing about $280,000 repayments on an annual basis.
Okay. Questions to administration? Counselor Dean, I'll just ask you in case I don't see your hand or anything. Any questions?
Yeah, I guess I have one, Mr. Chair. So through the chair to Ms. Chan, the fixed principal payment, that's an option, and certainly in the schedule you can see the advantage. But can you just explain that option? What other option we could have, you might have recommended?
The other options would be like a blended amortization. It's almost like when you make a mortgage payments, the payments itself is fixed. So let's say in this case, you can see that the total payments will be starting, in this case, will be starting at 112, and then the next payment's 110. In a blended amortization is that the payment amounts will be fixed. The principal and the interest amounts will vary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council, where do we want to go? Counselor Dean?
I'd be prepared sorry guys, I'm gonna have to look at the recommended action, but I'd be prepared to make a motion to give second reading to this bylaw.
Okay. We can,
So I can make that motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 598/23, borrowing bylaw, Horse Creek Road resurfacing.
all right. Okay, that motion's accepted, but I thought we needed an option. Just Counselor Wilhelm, you wish to speak to the motion?
After reviewing all the info, I think that the administration's suggestion of reducing the term rate from 20 to 15 makes sense. There's a significant cost saving and interest there, and if we can absorb that impact to our budgets, then it just makes sense to me. $250,000 of savings.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, structurally, I just want to make sure that we have the right thing here. So the borrowing bylaw, it doesn't have the term written into it because it's just somewhere in there. Do we need a second motion then on the? You don't need a second motion?
No, it just says up to a term, and same with interest, up to 5%.
How do we communicate to administration that we want to do the 15-year term?
If council wishes to include a motion, council's welcome to, however, the directive to administration is understood.
Okay. All right, with that, we have Councilor Dean's motion on the floor to give second reading. Any discussion on that motion? Councilor Dean, I see your hand, so second reading is passed. Is any motion to make third? Councilor Williams.
I can make a motion that council gives third reading to bylaw 298/23, borrowing bylaw, Horse Creek Road resurfacing.
Thanks, Councilor Williams. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? That is passed. Is council, at this point then I'll just ask council outright, do you want to make the motion to go 15 years? Do you want to put it in a motion, or, because I've only heard from 2 people on council right now on whether or not we want to do 15 years.
I think it was clear that we want 15 years.
Councilor Culkin?
I'll make the motion that we make it a 15-year loan on the borrowing bylaw 598-23.
Okay. Does that work for administration? Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, I see Councillor Dean. Thank you, Councillor Dean. All right, that is passed. Bylaw 599-23, this is gonna be the A&C Road reconstruction. And Victoria, you're gonna take us through this.
Okay, so 599 is a boring bylaw for the reconstructions of the ANC surface road. The public notice was made to all of us on April 11, 2023. As of today, the administration did not receive any petitions from the public. This is a boring bylaw. At this point, the administration is recommending for a 15 years term at 4.74%. The total cost of borrowing would be $627,000. And as just a comparison, right now ATB is offering a line of credit to the county. The interest rate is prime plus 1%, which is about 7.7%. So in terms of the interest reference, ATB is offering a relatively reasonable rate for the municipalities. And you will see that in the attached calculations, based on the 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years. Again, administration also recommended for a fixed principal payment, so to reduce the total interest costs. And so right now for 15 years, again, is the total interest would be $629 with a repayment of about $180,000 a year.
Okay. Questions to administration on this one? Where do we want to go? Councillor Kush.
So not overly fond of long-term, whatever borrowing is going to affect the council's budgets, but I mean, we gotta maintain our roads and we gotta keep them up, especially some of our main industry roads. So I'll move the council gives second reading to bylaw 599/23, borrowing bylaw reconstruction of Township Road 602A west of Range Road 125C, A&C Service Road.
Okay. Motion's on the floor from Councillor Kush. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Dean?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question with respect to the borrowing bylaw. Oh, my mistake. I thought they were the same number, but the Horse Creek was 598 and this is 599. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay, any other questions or speaking to the motion? All in favor? Second reading is passed. I'll vote. Who's got his hand? Al?
I think you just meant in favor.
I think you were just in favor.
I think, yeah. Okay. Councillor Prestige.
I'll make a motion that council gives third reading to bylaw 599/23, boring bylaw reconstruction of Township Road. Township Road 602A, west of Range Road 125C, A&C Service Road.
Okay, very good. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Thanks, Councillor Dean. That is passed. And do we want to, Councillor Kush?
I want to make the motion that administration use the 15-year repayment schedule proposed for bylaw 599/23.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Thanks, Councillor Dean, I see you. Okay, that is passed. One more bylaw under 59723. That's our advertising bylaw. Corinne, you're gonna take us through this one.
Council, the Governance and Priorities Committee forwarded the draft advertising bylaw here for your review and consideration. There is one change to note. It was an administrative oversight, section 3.2.2. It was amended from the draft version the GMP committee saw, where it says published for 1 week. The draft that the GMP committee said for published for 2 weeks, this was just changed to be in conjunction with the land use bylaw. So that was just an administrative error. So that has been amended again, just to be in conjunction with existing legislation. Otherwise, there are no changes. MGA section 606 specifies that following first reading, should council give it, that the municipality schedule a public hearing to pass the advertising bylaw.
Okay.
Council has any questions, administration's happy to answer.
Thank you, Karen. Councilman Wilhelm.
I'll motion that council gives first reading to bylaw 597/23 advertising.
Very good. Motion from Council Wilhelm. Any discussion? I don't see any hands. All in favor? That is carried. And second part, Council Williams.
I make a motion that council direct administration to schedule a public hearing for bylaw 59723 for June 7th, 2023 at 5:30 PM at Woodlands County Whitecourt Municipal Office, Council Chamber.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Okay. That. Delegation, yeah.
We're at 7-2 now.
What's that? 7-2? Yeah. So. Okay, so 7-2 is the DML 150511 public consultation. And Andre, you're going to take us through this.
Sure. Your worship, members of council, at the February 15th council meeting, an RFD was presented identifying that an individual was requesting to take over a portion of DML 150511. At the meeting, council deferred a decision requesting that a public consultation meeting be held, which did take place March 28th between 6 and 7:30. At the meeting, there were roughly 45 people in attendance. 27 comments were received, 18 opposed, 6 in favor, and 3 not applicable. The summary of all the comments is attached. Recommendation is that council accepts the results of DML 150511 public consultation as information, and that council provide administration with direction on the requested transfer area of DML 150511.
Okay, so admin doesn't have a recommended action on this?
Your worship, the recommended action stands from the February 15th meeting, that council approves the transfer of the requested section of DML 150511, less a 10-meter wide area along the roadway pending a recreation plan approved by Woodlands County, and that council direct administration to collect all expenses from Mr. O'Brien related to the separation of DML 150511, including but not limited to surveys, consulting fees, and legal fees. And the reasoning behind administration's recommendation is that the area structure plan identified a pathway along that section of the DML and no further development of that portion of the DML.
Okay. We can do the first part first, I think. So the first motion would be to accept the results of the public consultation, which is the council.
I'll motion that council accepts the results of DML 150511 public consultation as information.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Thanks. Councilor Dean, gotcha. Okay, that's passed. And then where do we go on the second part here? Because I know we've had conversations around river access and things like that, so let's have that conversation. Councilor Dean, I see your hand is up.
Thanks, Chair. So to council and administration, given the feedback that we received from the residents, I would not be prepared to support going forward the recommendation from administration. I would like to retain the can be part of a rec master plan, but that portion of land could then be wrapped into a rec master plan for a use as to be determined in the future. But if we give it away, then we cannot plan to do anything on that.
Okay. Councilor Prestige, then Councilor Wilhelm.
Through the chair to council and administration. They don't make new riverfront property anymore. The county has this, and I feel we should keep it for future recreation use for the citizens of Fort Assiniboine and area.
Okay. Councilor Wilhelm, then Councilor Cook.
I understand that opinion, and I mean, not having been a resident of Fort Assiniboine, I'm taking this at a 30,000 look view at the situation, but this is a business, small business within that community that draws other people to that community as well, which brings new money into that community every summer. One of the best ways to develop economies within our region is to help those existing businesses expand within that region. I understand this land is probably very valuable, and it being riverfront is excellent, but that means it's also excellent for this business to expand with. They can double the size of the amount of people they're bringing into that region every year, which doubles the amount of money they're bringing into the region every year. We want to hold on to this piece of land. We don't even have money right now and have no plan to develop recreational areas anywhere in Woodlands County. So, in my opinion, we're just holding on to this asset for no reason at all, when we could be bringing new money into Fort Assiniboine very quickly by allowing this person to develop it. There are hundreds of areas of what a word I'm looking for, riverfront access that Woodlands County has available that we could develop, I'm sure. Why is this one so special?
Okay, thanks, Councilor Wilhelm. Councilor Cook.
I kind of echo a lot of what Councilor Wilhelm said. I'm really torn this. I mean, I do understand a lot of the residents, they don't per se don't sound like they want the expanse of the campsite. A lot of them had concerns over noise from riverboats and stuff coming and going. There's concerns about river access, concerns about walking trails and stuff that run, I guess, have been done by some of the public that run through there that they use. But on the flip side, like, we don't have the money. I mean, some of the residents ask, why we don't, as a county, develop a campsite there. But we can't afford to build it. We can't afford to maintain it. We can't afford to properly operate it. We have the DML says till 2042, and then it could come for sale. It could do something else. I don't want to hinder business and private enterprise and somebody who can actually help bring stuff into the community. It does help expanding the campsite with our plan for tourism and for bringing people in and for utilizing what we have. But we also have a lot of pushback from the people in the community. It's a really hard decision to get on top of.
Okay, Councilor Colgan.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation that we're in. And I looked at it a little bit differently. I looked at it from the community perspective where we have to, at some point in time, respond to who attends those public hearings and what they have to say. And when I looked at this, I understand Councillor Wilhelm's and Councillor Cush's concern about not developing something like this, but the way I looked at it was a little differently, was that we have triple P partnerships where we would have some interest as a community in an investment like that. And I don't know how they would look like, but I see this, that if you give up that property, the current, I'm sure, would allow public access and all of that stuff, but that may not be with the owner that's down the road. And it would operate just like a fishing lodge does, where the owner actually has a domain over what he developed. So I see this a little differently. We should look at this as a opportunity to develop, if the community so wishes to look at it that way, alongside of the owner, where we still have something to say about who has access to that property. So that would be my position, that there is potential there, but right now, with the resistance that we have there, I don't think I could support turning that over.
Okay, I see Councillor Dean has his hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Dean.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So coming back to that theme that Councillor Culkin's talking about, potential future development, if you put that into the envelope of a rec master plan, which council really has not had an opportunity to look through, you know, it's not within our strategic planning documents, and that to me is the driving reason why we would not give this up. And until we have a plan for the area, until we know what that land might be utilized for, don't give it up. If we, through our review of the master plan, determine that the best use of that is to partner, then you know, we can bridge when we come to it. But to just give it away because there's a good opportunity, then takes that option away for the county and the residents in the future to do something specific that would be public only, or as Peter says, P3.
Thanks, Councillor Dean. I'm just going to recognize myself real quick, and then Councillor Williams. So when I came here almost 7 years ago now, a little over 7 years, you know, we were told we had a little bit of money in the bank. We thought that things were going to move in a certain direction, and unfortunately, the time that I've spent on this council has been, for lack of a better word, we've been in a recovery mode for a long time. There's a lot of conversations that I'd like to have around planning some of these public rec. And if I use the example of the area around Whitecourt, because I don't live in the Fort area. Woodlands is a big county, but there's a private campground there that's got some really nice riverfront access on the McLeod, and there is you know, the McLeod is a fantastic spot to get into. Around here, there's nowhere to get down publicly to just day use, really, around some of these fantastic water courses that we have. And it's kind of hard to find good water in Alberta sometimes to hang out next to. So I would like to keep this in our, I would like to keep this DML to the county. And then again, because the situation that we've been faced with, and I think administration's reacted well, and we've got good audit results. We're on our way through this recovery now. We have to start looking to the future and seeing what is our rec master plan going to look like. What are we going to do with these facilities? How is that whole area going to look? And spend some effort in having those conversations. And once you let this land go, so in a year or two or three, we might we might revisit that option to let it go after we've had a chance to really look through this from a planning perspective. But at this point in time, I wouldn't support the motion to let it go. Councilor Williams.
I've gotten a lot of calls on this, and not many in favor of it as well. And I think exactly what you and Councillor Dean said, without an actual plan that we develop, I think it would be really not that smart to give it up, but be prepared to make a motion that we deny the request to transfer DML 150511.
Okay. Motion on the floor from Councilor Williams. Did I get there? Yes, Williams. Any discussion on that motion? Any further discussion? I don't see any. I'll call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 2. Okay, that motion passes. And that will bring us to, we don't have another delegation, so 8-1, are we, all right? Okay. Lemonade Day. Oh, Councilor Wilhelm.
Can I request a bathroom break?
Yeah, you know what, my apologies, I was thinking about that, but we've got such a huge agenda here, and we had such good momentum going.
Now you ruined it.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. But if I,
Let's do a 5-minute break here, we'll come back at 11:40. Okay.
thank you.
Nikita?
Can we continue on with this?
Okay, so we're back from our break and we're
We
gonna
haven't been
resume our agenda
I
at
don't know how much influence he has over
.1, Northern Alberta Lemonade Day. And, Corinne, can you take us through this one?
Our Economic Development Officer is out of the office today. As council is aware, Lemonade Day is coming up on June 17th, 2023, and in the 2022 budget deliberations, council approved funding for Lemonade Day in the tune of $1,500, and that was for $750 for event sponsorship and $750 for venue rental. Our acting CAO may know a little bit about Lemonade Day.
Your worship, members of council, talking to our economic development officer, he's anticipating that we will have between 7 and 8 booths in Blue Ridge this year. And the requirement is 3 counselors for the judging, tasting, and the anticipated time commitment is 5 hours.
June 17th?
Correct.
Okay.
I will volunteer.
I will as well.
I did last year, but I'm not here that day.
Is it gonna be sunny?
And warm.
Okay. Any, Councillor Culkin?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that council provide sponsorship and judge representation for the 2023 Northern Alberta Lemonade Day.
Okay, motion on the floor from Councillor Culkin. Discussion? All in favor? Okay, sorry, I didn't see Councillor Bush. Yes, sorry. Okay, that's carried. Do we need the 3 now, or we'll get 3 at some point
Later's
in
fine.
the future? Okay. FRIAA. All right, Sheldon, do you want to take us through the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta grant?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Council. Today I bring to you the 2023 grant for the FRIAA, the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta. Back on Feb. the 17th of this year, Woodlands County submitted a express of interest to FRIAA for development of wildfire preparedness guides to include 4 areas of the county that have not been completed at this time for these. The EOI was submitted to FRIAA along with several of support, which included a letter of support from Woodlands County Council. On 27th of March of this year, Woodlands County was informed by FRIAA that the FRIAA Fire Smart Review Committee has shortlisted our submitted EOI. With being shortlisted, FRIAA has approved up to $1,000 for a third-party consultant to assist in developing a full proposal. With that, FRIAA has also request a municipal council resolution indicating support for this application is required with submission of full proposal. In the end, we've applied for $22,000 for that grant. This will cover costs in developing 4 more wildfire preparedness. One project is completed. Last year's wildfire preparedness guides and this year's. We'll have guides for the airport, Blue Ridge, the casino area, Fort Assiniboine, Goose Lake, Groat Creek, Sand Hills, Whitecourt Mountain East, and Whitecourt Mountain West. So today I bring it to council's attention that, again, they've approved it up to $1,000 that we would need to pay to a third party and then submit an invoice to FRIAA, which they would pay that $1,000 back to the county.
Okay. Any discussion? Question? Councillor Williams?
I'll just make a motion that council endorses the 2023 FRIAA grant application.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Okay, that is carried. That was easy.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 8.3, which is Mountain Pine Beetle Survey and Control Contract. And Dawn was supposed to take us through this, but
Is online.
Oh, oh, there she is.
Hi, Don.
You can turn the brightness up on your monitor. There we go.
Good morning, council and your worship. So in front of you, you have the results of our mountain pine beetle control RFP that we let out. We've done the evaluation of all of the bids that we received. So we received 4 in total. And the range was from $27,950 to $134,100 for the bid. So we do have money in our budget, and this is from a previous grant that we received. So it's not new funds that have come in. This is old grant that we're going to be using for the program this year. And so just further to that, upon evaluation with our lowest bidder, unfortunately, they didn't submit all the required documents, so that's why their score is much lower. And then the next highest bidder would have been the Forever Green Forestry at $39,300. So the recommendation is to go with them. We have a history with them. They've done good work with us in the past, and it is within budget as well.
Okay, very good, Don, thank you. I'm gonna go with Councillor Williams first, then Councillor Cogan.
I was just gonna add, I believe that Forever Green did this last time, I think, and their score's high, so it sounds like Don has a good relationship with them. I was just gonna make the motion that council award the 2023 Mountain Pine Beetle Survey and Control Contract to Forever Green Forestry to a maximum of $39,300 plus applicable taxes.
Okay, very good. Any discussion on that? Councillor Dean, see your hand up.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just a question to Dawn. Within the RFD document, it talks about the number of trees that need to be controlled is decreasing, which is great news. Is that a result of the control efforts, weather, why the good news?
I believe it's a combination of a lot of things. So with a lot of the pest species that we see, it is a cyclical cycle thing, like they go in cycles, right? So you'll have population explosions and then they'll reduce. We've also had massive forest fires in BC and some in Alberta, so that leaves habitat not available for them. And then, like, we've been doing this control work for many, many years now too. So like, I think it's a combination of all factors.
Okay, thank you. So we still have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor? I see Councillor Dean, that is carried. Thank you very much, Don.
Thank you, have a good day.
You too.
Thanks, Don.
All right, item 8.4, declaration of surplus from the Fort Assiniboine. So, Andre, you're going to take us through this.
Your worship, members of council, policy 1206 identifies that council will deem items as surplus as recommended by directors. We've identified a few items that are surplus at the Fort Assiniboine yard: a 30 by 30 fabric arch building, a vehicle lift, and a number of culverts. Administration is proposing to advertise on the website, social media, and the Barhead Leader. There'll be a viewing period for those interested, and bids will be sealed and all bids will be opened at one time. All items will be as is, where is. As far as the fabric arch building, there will be a viewing prior to it being dismantled. Once it is dismantled, bidders will be able to view it again. And the dismantling will be done as part of the contract to replace that structure. The vehicle hoist is to be inspected annually. At the last inspection, there were parts that were not available for replacement. That unit is 25 years old. And the culverts have been in our inventory for roughly 20 years, not being used. They were taken out of inventory 3 years ago. They are an old design and couplers are not available. And the recommendation is that council deems the 30 by 30 fabric arch structure, the vehicle lift, and the attached culvert list as surplus.
Councillor Kush?
Just a note of housekeeping on the RFP, it says the council deems a 30-inch by 30-inch fabric arch structure. I'm assuming there should be 30 foot by 30 foot.
Dismantling won't take long.
We get that for you. Yeah, it says 30 foot by 30 foot fabric arched in the background, but not in the RFD, or in the recommendation, sorry. You can correct that when you make the recommendation, since you made that.
With that, I'll make a recommendation, the council deems the 30 foot by 30 foot fabric arch structure, vehicle lift, and the attached culvert lift, or sorry, list as surplus.
Okay, very good. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? That is carried. Okay.
Al,
I saw.
I think he's got a hand up.
Oh, do you have a question?
No.
No, you just voted. Vehicle lift replacement. Item 8.5. Item 8.5.
Which our members of council has identified. For the last 25 years, Ford Assiniboine shop has utilized a vehicle lift for maintenance of vehicles. When it was last inspected, it was deemed non-repairable. Replacement parts are not available, no longer fit for use by the county. We obtained quotes for replacement models. They range between $38,000 and $45,000. The replacement of the vehicle lift was not identified in the 2023 budget. However, without a working vehicle lift, all units requiring work will need to be brought to the White Court shop. The 2023 capital budget included $540,000 for the replacement of a tandem plow truck. When that bid came in, it was $87,000 under budget. Administration is proposing to reallocate the funds required from the tandem plow truck surplus, which is $87,000. Recommendation is that council approve the reallocation of $50,000 from the tandem plow truck budget to the purchase of a vehicle lift for the Ford Assiniboine workshop.
Okay, very good. Councillor Prestich?
Through the chair to Andre, with this plow truck, is that price guaranteed, or could there be an increase in the price because of the supply issues? Because I know that has happened.
Through the chair to Council Prestige, the one thing that was identified in the award of the tandem plow truck is that the cabin chassis price was not guaranteed. They did include the price of the cabin chassis, but could not guarantee the price. So they estimated there could be between a 2 and a 5% increase on the cabin chassis. And the RFD did identify that an RFD would come back to council in September when we had a firm price on the cabin chassis. But the rest of the unit it's a tender and the prices are firm.
I just don't wanna use this snowplow money and then it come in and then we're over budget again.
Councillor Colkin.
Yeah, through the chair to Andre. Talking about this lift, you said you've got some quotes in from other people who make these lifts. Have you considered at all those remote lifts, like where you wheel them in and they can be used, stored in the corner of the shop afterwards?
Through the chair, Councillor Colkin, that's what we did, and that is the upper end of the 45,000.
Because just as an off, if you're gonna go in that direction, because if you get the right units, you can lift your trailers and all of those things, and it's much more versatile than the old styles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just one question to administration. How many mechanics do we have working out of the Fort Assiniboine?
Your worship, we don't have any. They work out of here. But our mechanics do go there 1 day a week.
Okay.
And our staff there do vehicle servicing.
All right, where do we want to go, council? Councillor Williams.
I'll make a motion that council approve the reallocation of $50,000 from the tandem plow truck budget to the purchase of a vehicle lift for the Fort Assiniboine Works shop.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any discussion on that motion? I see none. All in favor? I see Councillor Dean as well, so that is passed. That brings us to item 8.6, road construction request. You're a popular guy. Just keep right on going.
I'm starting to lose my voice. Administration received a request for road construction to construct, to extend Range Road 121 approximately 750 feet. For 2020, the property submitted a request at the time. Administration followed the policy, provided scoring to council, and recommended to deny the request based on the low scoring. They have resubmitted their application. We have not rescored, as nothing changed. We've included the last RFD along with the scoring and included the policy. And the recommendation is that council denied the road construction request based on the low score evaluation according to policy 3227.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Wilhelm.
Mine's more of like a procedural question to administration. So I've never seen an RFD like this before since we've been in council. Is this something that residents can apply for, a road extension or a road building, or is it typically done by developers that would do a road building like this?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilhelm, that happens both ways. If it's an individual, anybody can request to the county to construct a road. The policy identifies the scoring values that are done, and then it's presented to council. If there is a subdivision being built, then access to that subdivision is to be provided by the developer.
And just since I kind of had to clarify this in my head, this is often when we talk about the difference between a legal land access and a physical land access. So there might be a legal land access in the fact that there's a road right away that's through there. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the municipality has to construct the road to get to that piece of property. So and we run into this from time to time, and that auction of land that was up in another area recently, it cut off access to that one section because we would have had to construct a road that went around if it was split up. So this is something that you do see from time to time, and that we're trying to look at. Councilor Wilhelm.
Just one more question, through the chair to administration. I didn't see it anywhere in here, but is there an indication of the score that was given? You just said it was too low. I see in the original RF 2020, it was 1 out of a possible 60. I just don't see, did we rescore it again, or?
Through the chair to Councilor Wilhelm, no, we did not rescore it. Nothing has changed in the 2 years since they applied last time. So we did not rescore it.
And I apologize for asking this one follow-up question, but what's the threshold? Like, so we got 41 out of 160. What's the threshold for administration to accept it?
Through the chair to Councilor Wilhelm, in order for administration to recommend that the county build a road, we would typically look for a score of 120 or higher.
Thank you.
Okay. Where do we want to go, council? Councilor Prestige.
Through the chair to Andre, with costs coming in so high on road building, 750 meters, what would that cost the county to build that road?
Through the chair to Councilor Prestige, that particular road, when we did the preliminary review of it in 2020, there are 2 stream crossings involved, and there is some hilly terrain. We estimated that to build that 750 meter would probably be in the area of at least 500,000.
3 years.
We don't have the money in the budget to do it anyways.
Okay. Anybody prepared to make a motion? Councilor Williams?
I can make a motion that council deny the road construction request based on the low evaluation score according to policy 3.
From Councilor. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that item passes. That motion passes, sorry. I'm just gonna, where are we for?
Lunch is ready.
Lunch is ready? Okay, let's take a break at this point, because we do have a delegation, we've got a hard stop at, or a hard start, I guess, at 1 o'clock, so let's take a break at this point, so the next one up will be item 8.7, and we will resume at, what do we need?
20 minutes?
Yeah, let's do, wow. Let's do 12:40. We've got 30 minutes, okay? Resume at 12:40. Okay, so we're back from our lunch break. We will resume on item 8.7, which is traffic control request on 43 and West Mountain Road. Andre?
Your worship, members of council, administration received a request from Councillor Dean to work with Alberta Transportation. Goal of having a left turn signal for westbound traffic on 43 turning south onto West Mountain Road. Though the county does not have jurisdiction on Highway 43, we can work with transportation on having them review the intersection. And the recommendation is that council direct administration to forward information to Alberta Transportation regarding traffic control on Highway 43 and West Mountain.
Okay. Councillor Dean, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just prepared to make a motion that council direct administration to forward info to Alberta Transportation regarding traffic control on Highway 43 and West Mountain Road.
Okay, very good. Any discussion? All in favor? Thanks, Councillor Dean. I see you. That is passed. Okay, request from Sturgeon County on an Alberta-focused reception. Go ahead, Andre.
Your worship, members of council, the attached request sent from Reeve Burrows from Sturgeon County Mayor Elena Natu is requesting partners to showcase Alberta at the upcoming FCM convention scheduled for May 25th to 28th. And the attachment is there for the request.
So just to add a little bit of color to this too, the incoming president of the FCM is quite, Alberta, first of all, at FCM has a fairly large contingency. There's a lot of people there from Alberta. We're always trying to make inroads because it's federally through the east, trying to get some of our energy concerns going in that direction. The interesting thing is that from what I understand, the new president of FCM, while he is out of Quebec, is actually very interested in having conversations with Alberta. And so it's nice to be part of this. Now, all that said, we are economic recovery, so I won't be upset or anything, and I'm not directing one or advocating one way or the other. We're limited on finances as it is, so there's also a couple of other, I believe Greenview, County of Greenview is doing a little reception there as well, along with another multi-group from Alberta, so they'll be well represented, but they're trying to get that last little push from Sturgeon County, so. Councillor
Anybody going to FCM?
I was thinking I might, but I don't know yet, and I'd have to make a decision very, very quickly because I don't think I can even get a hotel.
I think if none of us are going, I don't know if we need to put funding into it, in my opinion.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Dean.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councillor Wilhelm, but even if we were even if there were members of this council attending, to me, this type of request should have come well in advance. You know, it's coming from a municipality. They understand the budgeting process, when you go into budget, what the timelines are. And I don't really find it appropriate for a municipality to be asked for municipality this far into the budget process for funds to do something like this.
Fair enough. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to receive the letter for information then, and we'll leave it at that. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion, discuss it further? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay, that'll,
I think he also has.
Counselor Dean, you were just voting in favor, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. There's a bit of a video delay, and I was not proactive in raising my hand. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, we're good. Okay, that's the, item 8.9 is going to be a special council meeting. And on to, oh, sorry, you want to take us through this?
Council administration is requesting a special council meeting on May 17th at 5 p.m. That's 1 hour in advance of the scheduled Governance and Priorities Committee. And that would be to review the tax rate bylaw and the tax penalty bylaw. Administration isn't anticipating to receive the final designated industrial numbers until May 12th. Council's next meeting is May 10th.
Okay. So you want to schedule a meeting, when did you want this?
May 17th at 5 p.m. That's 1 hour in advance of the next GNP meeting, which is scheduled the same day at 6 p.m.
Check. Councilor Rodon.
Through the chair of administration, I don't particularly have an issue with that, because it's after work hours, but why wouldn't we just push it to the 24th, the meeting that we have on the 24th?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilhelm, administration needs time to prepare the mill rate and get assessments ready to be put in June. The more time administration to be prepare all the notices, the better.
So speaking to the idea of this meeting then as well, about during the, on breaking out the school rec, the police requisition, some of these other things, would we have time to do that on this?
I'll
on this
defer
one?
to corporate services.
We cannot because it's under the MTA, the requisition is part of the municipality. We have to pay the requisitions regardless because the province, for instance, the DIP and all that, we have to pay it, so.
Okay, no, I'm not breaking it out in any kind of payment or anything. It's trying to let people know how much those are.
Oh, it will be in the tax rate bylaw. We would
But is
separate
it on
it
there
by,
assessed, like when you get your assessment, does it say, you're paying this much in police, you're paying this much in education tax, and you're paying this much in the municipality, here's your tax assessment?
we break it down by 3 because that is only 3 provincial requisitions. So the police is not, right now is not a separate requisitions because.
Can we?
We can review that and get back to you for the 10th.
Yeah, I again, it's almost a third of our taxes that are collected, and we have no control over them. So I don't like the idea of this council being on the responsibility end of all those, that tax structure, so. Councilor Tuckey.
Through the chair, on the 17th at 5, it's showing an NPC meeting. Don't know if it's gonna happen.
Councillor Russ, NPC have the understanding that GNP meetings and council meetings take precedent. So in the event there is an open, they will reschedule. They are open.
Councilor Williams.
I make a motion that for a special council meeting, May 17th at 5 p.m.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion?
It'll just be noted that there will be supper available at 4:30 p.m. in advance of the meeting.
Okay. Anything further? See anything? I'll call the question. All in favor? And I see Councilor Dean. Yep, that is carried. Okay. Well, we can start into council reports. We'll do that for 5 minutes and then turn on to our delegation. So I will start with Councilor Williams.
I just had one meeting since our last. It was a study meeting in Fort Assiniboine. We went through there. They're doing some volunteer donate, oh geez, now words coming out of my mind, but everyone that donated, to the Egg Society, they're doing a supper and some entertainment for them. And then some work bees, some fundraising stuff, so just kind of plan out the year in summer. They cut down the trees on the county and the Egg Society worked together, got some trees cut down on a right of way. There's some work bees for that. If anyone's interested, I can send out the date. Just kidding. So yeah, they're doing quite a lot this year, and yeah, they're planning ahead quite far. They're starting some 5-year planning and stuff too, so that'll be good. That's all I have though.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any questions to Councillor Williams? Okay, Councillor Prestige.
Attended the Economic Development of Alberta Conference in Kananaskis. Very well attended. There was over 450 people there. Good topics. One of the topics was collaboration and partnership on economic development, how it should work. Which is very interesting. What else did I have? Well, Saturday night we had our Woodland Volunteer Appreciation Supper. Went very well. That was well attended too. Reed Burrows did an excellent job emceeing it. And was at the zone meeting on Monday. Real topic on solar farms and wind farms, on the legal aspects of what you can do with your land with them. So it was a real eye-opener on how we should be zoning land for agricultural. It seems like these solar farms are situating themselves on prime agricultural land. They're kind of following the Highway 2 corridor, and that's fantastic farmland the whole way because it's close to the transmission lines and close to the substations. So I think that's something we have to do. And one last thing is I would like to step down from the Yellowhead Community Futures Board. It's just interfering with a bunch of other boards that I sit on.
Okay. We'll have to find a representative to take over on that second one. How do we structurally do that one, Lynn?
Through the chair, we'll bring it as an RFD to the next council meeting, and then council can appoint a new member.
Okay. And you're good with that? You don't need motions or anything? Or?
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions to Councillor Prestige? Okay, I think we'll leave it at that. Are we, Nikita, are we ready for our online delegation? We are. We'll keep things trucking. Councillor Williams?
I have a pecuniary interest with this delegation. I rent the land that I think will be talked about, so I think it's better if I step out.
Okay. You declared the pecuniary and the reason, so that's good. All right. With that, our 1 p.m. delegation is with Dennis Twerdoff and Associates and the scope of request. So, Peter, do you want to take us through this?
I will,
Start us
yes. Attached is a request received from Dennis Twerdoff and Associates requesting clarification of Council's motion C-1517 2023 in reference to development permit application 15-060-2022 for a Class 1 pit. The developer's consultant is looking for clarification on the TIA, traffic impact assessment, and the scope of information council is requesting for a socioeconomic study. And with that, I'll let Dennis take over if he wants to.
Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a quick scope. I've been dealing with consultants and we've been tossing around exactly what council wants to see for number one, a TIA, and number two, socioeconomic study. And I've invited Pierce Schutruck from Nichols Applied Management to speak on socioeconomic side of things. So maybe it's quick to start. It looks pretty straightforward. I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at my letter. Is the proposing a typical TIA, just looking at the alternative routes around Fort Assiniboine, looking at whether those alternative routes would need upgrades and get a rough cost per kilometer for those upgrades, and the traffic impact consultant suggested looking at potential impact or intersection improvements that Alberta Transportation would require for these alternative routes.
Okay. Did you want to let your consultant take the floor then, or?
I was, asking council regarding the TIA, whether you feel that that's enough information as far as that study goes.
I'll recognize Councillor Cush. Go ahead.
Just through the chair, what's in the letter there, what they have listed, I think is kind of along the scope of what we were looking for, in the way he described it. My understanding from the Councillor Dean and what he was asking in the meeting, I think what's in that letter covers it.
Okay, anyone else?
I was gonna say the same thing.
Councillor Wilhelm? Councillor Preston?
I'm good with it.
Councillor Colton?
Yeah, I guess the only question I have on the TIA is that including, is that just for the operator that you're doing this consulting work for, or does that include the existing traffic that may come from that development and that area structure plan?
It would be looking at the other operators in the area and the overall traffic on the existing route.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Does that that answers your question?
Yep.
So, Councillor Dean?
So cumulative.
Okay, Councillor Dean, I haven't given you an opportunity. Is what's in the scope in the letter for the TIA acceptable?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So we can move on to the second portion here.
I'll let Pierce speak to that.
Okay. Pierce, can you hear me? I got no sound.
I can.
There we go.
I can. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to speak. I'll try to keep it brief and not put anyone to sleep. Quickly, I'll introduce my colleague Felix, who's on the line as well. I'm a principal with Nichols Applied Management. We're an Edmonton-based management and economic consulting firm. We've been in business for about 50 years, supporting municipalities with socioeconomic and financial issues that entire time. We've done work for Woodlands in the past, and so I see a couple familiar faces, I think, on camera. So it's nice to be back. Dennis approached us and asked us to screen some studies, request of the county to help folks make more informed decisions with respect to the project. My initial understanding is that a socioeconomic study was requested, but that there was also some interest in fiscal issues. And so I sent a little 2-pager to Dennis, which I think was shared with council as well. I'll run through it very quickly. And really what I'd like to do is just share with you the types of work that we usually do in this kind of situation and understand if one or both of those studies is what you're after in terms of getting a little more information to support decision making. So the 2 studies we put forward, the first was a socioeconomic impact assessment, and the second was a fiscal impact assessment. Now, a socioeconomic impact assessment generally asks the question, what is the impact on the human environment of a particular policy or project? So in the case of industrial development, like a gravel pit, we ask ourselves typically, how many jobs are going to be created as a result of this project? And are the jobs going to be filled by people who live in the community already or in the region, or are we going to create in-migration so that people can come and fill those jobs? Any population change associated with that in-migration is usually a pathway through which communities experience change. So you can imagine if you created a whole bunch of jobs and there weren't enough people locally to fill those jobs, or they didn't have the right skill set or something like that, you would have people move to the region, and there could be impacts on the housing market, and property values. There could be impacts on the need for police services, health services, social services like FCSS, education, and also additional strain put on municipal infrastructure, as an example. And so a socioeconomic study would aim to explore the additional demands placed on those different services and infrastructure as a result of a project. Now, my understanding is that, I would also say, we'd also do things like estimate direct, indirect, and induced GDP and income and taxes and all the stuff that you see in kind of a typical economic impact assessment. Now, when you're talking about a big project like an oil sands mine, you're creating 3,000-4,000 jobs over a long term. This kind of analysis is very important so that the host municipality really understands what they're in for. In the case of relatively modest employment creation, it's a lot of sound and fury, frankly, when I think kind of a layperson is able to really look at, okay, we're creating 5 jobs, like we're not changing the shape of the earth here. We can manage that as part of our regular growth management activities. The second study, the fiscal impact study, it aims to answer the question, what's the impact on the municipal corporation as the result of a project? So you can imagine how a development might come along, and that development is going to, once it's built, be an asset available for taxation. You can generate revenues off of it. It might contribute offsite levies, to a municipality by virtue of triggering subdivision or something like that. But a municipality may also incur expenses as a result of this development locating within its borders. For example, road upgrades might be necessary. Additional bylaw enforcement or planning supports or something like that might need to be extended by the municipality in order to facilitate the development. And the fiscal impact study really says, okay, let's build a little, let's simulate the municipal budgeting process over, say, a 10 or 20 year horizon, and imagine the revenues coming from the taxation of that new project or property and the expenses associated with meeting all the needs associated with that property, be they capital projects like infrastructure investments or operational things like bylaw officers, and look at what the tax rate has to do every year in order to balance the municipal budget. If the tax rate goes up, that's an indication of an adverse effect. If it goes down, thumbs up, everybody's tax rates get to go down, the municipal corporation's better off. So one is very much a kind of focus on the dollars and cents impact to the municipality, whereas one is focused on kind of the demand for services across the entire community. I had proposed both of those before I really understood the scope of the project. My understanding at the moment is that the direct employment associated like on site with the proposed gravel pit is modest. And as such, it's if we're thinking about allocating scarce resources, focusing on the fiscal impacts could perhaps be more useful than the socioeconomic impacts, where we can likely understand that the employment and related population change is nominal and perhaps not warranting a full study. So with that, perhaps I'll pause, and if you have any questions of me or anything like that, I'd be happy to answer them. Really, what we're looking for is a bit of guidance in terms of what kind of study you'd like us to complete.
Okay. Councillor Wilhelm.
Thank you, Chair. Just comment on the information given to us, and also having read through the scopes of the different items. As you said, and I agreed after reading through it, I don't see the point of doing an socio-economic impact assessment. The project's not big enough. It's not going to impact the community in ways that assessment would provide us information for. I think it would just be a waste of money. Financial impact assessment would definitely be something a little bit more valuable to our decision making.
Okay. Councillor Dean.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Councillor Wilhelm within, the definition as provided by the consultant group here. I know when the motion was made, the discussion surrounding the questions that council had with respect to the project, there was kind of two sides of the question. One was, the effect on infrastructure, and we wanted to have an idea of which was the best haul route, but we needed some numbers to help us make that decision. The other side of the conversation, or the questions that arose, was how do we put a quantifiable measure or metric on the effect on quality of life, if you will, for the residents in the region. And I think to that end, the term socioeconomic impact study was used. I used it in a motion to try and encapsulate what council was wrestling with. In a broader sense, a question might be, what are the positive effects of a development to the community? Like, how do you measure that? What exactly does Woodlands County get out of granting this development application? So that was the intent and the spirit of the motion. And that being said, if the narrow focus on a socioeconomic impact assessment is not going to answer those questions, then there's no sense going ahead with it, and I respect that. And I think council, we're going to deal with this agenda item and the two recommended actions. They make sense to me, but I think council still needs to try and come up with some answers to that other side of the question.
And just if I could clarify, the other side of the question is the fiscal impact assessment side of the question?
No, sorry, the other side, the fiscal impact, I think, is pretty quantifiable, and the TIA would, help bring some numbers into that as well. But the other side of the equation is just what are the positive benefits to having an application like this for the community?
Okay. Other questions? Councillor Copeland.
Well, I think Councillor Dean answered the questions that kind of based on the social piece. I think the real for the county would be the fiscal impact assessment, because that's the one that definitely we did not have enough documented data to say that there would be a negative positive impact. I think that question would be answered if we could get the entire piece including the section of 661 that's going right through through Fort Assiniboine.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Peter, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, through the chair to council, I question whether this sort of study, the fiscal impact assessment, should be on an individual applicant, and as opposed to taking this sort of study and this sort of thought to our Pride Valley Aggregate Committee, which includes some councillors, some people out there, some active as they are trying to even reclaim the work that was done there previously. Pit existing there, the applicant to want to go in. Problem planning related things we can ask for, like a TIA, we can ask for noise, the things that were brought up at the public hearing involving like the monitoring program, the dust emissions controls in the pit and the haul route, plans to work around the school bus and how they can, I think if there are sort of things that you want Dennis to us, including TIA, before we have a public hearing. I think those are all things that are planning related and would benefit our knowledge and planning related still.
Councilor Bush.
I was just gonna say, I do agree with administration. Meetings, I hate having to do a bunch more stuff and expenses on to the applicants already due diligence, they cross their T's, dotted their I's, that's in there. And the fiscal impact and the socioeconomic, I do agree we move more as a group study, everybody operating in the area versus one person maybe taking their numbers and compile to actually do something meaningful. If we just take the numbers off their chart, it doesn't give a full scope of what's actually in the area for the area. I'm okay with what's been having more trucks and more everything on our infrastructure, and I maybe it impacts off of the numbers that they're expecting to hold. That's more on a set of planning instead of our scope here. But the other two, I think that's more broad scope of leaving it for one development.
Okay.
Well, and through to Councillor, I agree with the intent of the traffic impact and the fiscal responsibility was understand better what the picture would be there. So I can't be that some of the other down there shouldn't bear the burden of doing an impact assessment to make sure that we have that data. So I understand where you're coming from there.
Prestige.
Traffic impact assessment. I don't believe this group should be doing it for groups. For one thing, they do not know what the other groups and would be operating. So how can they do an impact assessment on what it comes? To me, this should be impact assessment. More equipment and impact assessments. Get them from the other results.
I'm just administering assessment. These operators are just the one that's in the operator.
Like asking Dennis to provide would be he would study what's going on cumulatively through, and then possibly what it would be like to add his routes. They would be impacted, I believe. Is that correct?
essentially.
TIA, just so the TIA was supposed to, anyways, it was a condition. So if I can alter a little. Also felt a little bit pressed. And we had a motion to the development application and the TI. So if you can, if you find through the TI, you have to find the best. That way, you're going to make a choice of what may have been a decision. And that was the spot where I don't think council wanted to be. TI flipped into ahead of the application. So, and I kind of spit from council here a little bit. So if I'm speaking out of turn and that's not what council thought, that's my fit. So I'm fine with the TIA the time and doing that public consult as well. We just need to know what this is going to look like on the infrastructure, include the noise and the dust and well. So, Councilor Culkin.
Well, I think I agree exactly. You know, we really need to. I think part of the information that we really require to have is what of that road, the place that the potential impact assessment numbers that the municipality could provide. Whole, I guess, idea of what the traffic impact would be and what our fiscal responsibility to that is, be part of what we get out of this study. And if that's what we get out of it, at least we what our
yeah. And if I could, Council, do you have a hand?
No, I lowered it.
Okay. A little bit the mechanism generation of this is that per ton gravel levy, which isn't paid by the province. It goes to a provincial project. It doesn't get paid by the provincial. Did we find it's paid by another municipality?
And members of council, if another municipality is being supplied from these gravel pits or gravel pits within the county, 40 cents per ton, but it's direct their government.
And this is difficult. I'm trying to explain this so that everybody, the developer, understands too. At the municipal level, it seems like the province is with the municipality. On the oil and gas side, they move the equipment and well drilling tax, but their royalties. So the province still collects royalties, but well drilling is gone. That's how it's paid for the degradation to it. The tax haul, that comes off the municipal side, but again, the province royalties. Given all these incentives, and here's another incentive on the gravel levy side, how much more of this gets onto the municipalities, certainly like us, and how the heck do we pay going forward? Like, this is a turn for me. So I apologize if the developer is fouled up in this discussion, because you shouldn't be, and it's no fault of your own. I know you're just trying to do a develop, get a business going. So this is the issues that we wrestle with at the level. So Coken.
I guess I have a couple of questions, and maybe I can direct this. Are you aware of any other municipality that would have a surcharge over the royalty? My understanding is that in hits there was a
Through the chair, I'm not aware of it. I don't believe a municipality is to an aggregate levy, but research determine that.
Okay. Councillor Dean.
Councillor Cook point, if that type of is not something that a municipality can do, we have to review the fees that we charge for a variety. One of them was development permit. You know, that not a surcharge per ton, certainly could offset some of the costs of the municipality, the TIA, an exhaustive cost of that operation. A higher fee could offset that cost.
Yeah, and I would support something like that. Follow up the current applicant in something like that. That's all. So
100%.
So you have a Councillor Cool?
Yeah, just what we stand despite the fact I may have opened with the motion that I made. In fact, the area structure plan is the structure plan, and what go through the process now. The owner of the pit prior to this didn't practice, and that's why we have it on our table. It still is purpose of what it was designated. We have to find kind of a mechanism that is, able to all of us, so that the developer can develop that plan the way it was designated, but that the ratepayer, that the of this that tax system, if there is a deficiency, I guess, in royalty to pay for that particular development. Because I couldn't support that. I do support the fact that that development was designated for there, and a way to get to an end here.
Peter, do you have
the area adopted in 2018? It's only 6 years.
It still is the way that we have to operate.
So looking at, I think you know where we're going on two. Probably the last bit. Is everyone okay on the third motion? Do you want to add noise and dust to it, or is there?
I would just like to add that those sorts of things are already outlined in the I just kind of left it. It was left blank in case you wanted to see the decision. You might not need to see all of them, but you know, check the noise, not being active, how that would.
Yeah, the other addition to that one, there's currently several NRAs operating across the river, and the cumulative part to that noise is coming from, so I would think that would be an unfair, thing on his shoulder.
Councillor Kush.
To the point of it, no, it is something we do have bylaw control. You know, a lot of complaints when we run there, whole residents talking noise and, and your elements. And if it's consistent, I don't know why I wouldn't take a look to the top of the river, the other side of the river. Send forth down there if it's on it's out of our wheel in the scope.
Have a conversation with them. Councillor Preston.
Motion one, accept the motion, then Twerdoff and puts the plan as information.
Thank you, Councillor. Favor? Okay. Next. Kush.
Council rescind motion C 17-20. Move by Council deem that pursuant to land use by section 106.3 subsection E, Council requests additional information from the applicant to cover a traffic impact assessment as well as a socioeconomic impact study, and a hearing to be held with the receipt of information.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Dean, that is. Okay. I think we just crossed on that one.
We're just getting
Well, the and
provide information being
Not a public.
right. Okay.
Next request land use by land bylaw 106.3E provided traffic impact assessment identifying existing traffic, other developments of the area, and the proposed amount of new traffic on the existing home. 620A section at the road 20A, secondary high 1, and that a public hearing be held following said information.
Okay. We're good.
Editing on the
Okay, any discussion? Was accepted, it's on the floor from council. No discussion? All in favor? Carried. Okay. That was it, so very much. Dennis? Is there anything you want to close with, or? You're muted.
Nothing further to say. Thank you very much for having a look at this.
Okay, thank you. With that. That's let's take a 5-minute break here real quick. We'll thank you. So we're back from our, we'll just check on. Can you thumbs up? Okay. Councillor Williams and Councillor Cush on Councillor Preston as well. No. Cush, sorry. Councillor Cush, go ahead.
Mine's been, had a Ensemble A meeting, so the schedule and recommendations are really good and all. Ensemble A, which kind of tied in with this year's children in the year this year. So, talking with the landowner beside them and the county, and another man trying to add diamonds, or just finding we're through capacity, so it's that they don't have much uptake. I do have a couple things to bring up with motions. I would like to make a note to get infrastructure to take with core on a plan, I guess, secondary highway 751 for a time. I guess a majority of the bridge crossings intersection. It's now a couple years getting better. Some of those areas, it's better to take the oncoming traffic. I would like some type of what their plan is.
Yeah, emotional might be Alberta infrastructure for transportation. So,
Chair, I was just going to identify that normally, annually, we get representatives from Alberta Transportation Council meeting. That that may be an avenue to go down versus infrastructure, Alberta Transportation.
Would it be a motion to reach out to come here then?
That's my thought, but that's up to council.
No, if that recommendation is in my first, make a motion and have and reach out to Alberta Transportation, have a recommendation come to a council meeting to discuss infrastructure in the county.
Okay. So motions on the floor. Councillor Prestige.
If Councillor Cush accepted, and then to in this invitation to other areas very become they might not have the answers, but if we give them a heads up, we're looking at this area, they can
I'm okay with that amendment. Just wondering how we
I'll defer to how we do that.
I think in this situation, keep it simple. If members have an issue like AT, they can go back to administration into our.
Okay, we'll submit the requests.
requested areas.
Yeah, to administration when the occurs.
Then I would I'm gone for 2 weeks.
All right, it's far reaching, but that motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other comments from the gallery? Somebody from the council. I don't see anyone else wanting to vote. I'll call the question. All in favor? And I see Councilor Dean is
my next one, after coming out of our we keep kind of putting the definition of garden suites off review in the land use bylaw. So something that kind of ongoing. I would like to make a notice of motion that the definitions in the land use bylaw in some sort of next to you for council consideration.
And just can I background? So we had some legal advice from on development. They basically said you can no longer require as a requirement of a developer for a garden suite are written that way. So we kind of, it opens us to a bit of a legal quagmire. I really don't want to spend money. I would like to spend money on lawyers that much. So if we can get ahead of this rather than, and it's a fairly simple thing to get, but I think the GNP and how we do it. Other discussion on the motion? All in favor? Okay.
Procedurally, is Dave giving a notice of motion, or is he making a notice of motion?
That's a notice.
Okay. Notice of motion?
Yeah.
I apologize. It just some of that.
No, the
stuff is still
in the procedural bylaw for the meetings. This is a method. So we have an agenda. Basically, the administrator they run it. I can do things with the agenda, but it doesn't give an opportunity all the time to necessarily members council to take. This isn't it's not their agenda. So this is an idea that we to try and open up the availability of these items discussed. So if an individual councilor makes a request for a notice of that information come next meeting, and the council says, it's like not important, and you can't believe it's important. Administration is important, and we don't want to disregard that. But that's the procedure bylaw set up. Unless I've got something.
Through the chair, notice of motions are generally used if urgent. Ideally, if you have an item you wish on the agenda, your bylaw section 9.1 identifies that council should be submitted to the CAO to the agenda. The notice of motion is used in an exception. It is an item that you need the time to be brought up. So the way these procedures are that if you do know, send in advance so administration can prepare and they land on the agenda. Notice of motions on the legislative services side are actually used very frequently. Some municipalities use them once every term.
It's not the way it was explained when we originally.
So now your procedure does identify councillors have items like this that does go, and then they end up on the agenda. Further information that administration, and then also if that councillor has background information, then at least council and administration has that time where it is visible all at once.
Right. Well, that's the purpose of the notice of motion, so that you're not discussing a motion that is sprung on me.
And then some motions are also not debatable.
I'm not sure the last one would be notice.
Well, that one in. Really, we just on it, so let's leave it on as a motion, and we'll take it from there. And if you
I do have one more after this, but this we had last fall comment that council administration in regard to back to gravel. We've been asked back in the fall for cost this long term on the cost of a road, getting back to gravel, and maintaining it versus, long term keeping it maintained at road for kind of, and we haven't got to construction season again where some of these projects are going to come up. So I would like to see this on a cycle on a road, whether it be gravel for comparison or cold mix, before we start turning the colder back to gravel. We just haven't numbers yet.
So more of a, it's a request before, so we see something.
Through the chair of council, an inventory of our coal roads weeks, and we would, once the process come back to council at the time. Probably 2 meetings away from bringing it back to council.
And we'll have like a cost and for maintaining the gravel.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you good with
I'm good with
that? We'll see it in 2 meetings. Okay. That's any questions to council, please? I went with Council Wilhelm. Councilor Wilkin. No, I didn't. I usually try and that.
Excellent. Mine is very short, so I'll keep it short and sweet here. Since our last meeting, to my agenda, community services meeting where we made our decisions on who the appreciation awards we're going to go to. So a lot of around that, and then this last Saturday, I had your appreciation awards banquet, which was full of attendance, 2 excellent musical guests, and I had a surprise amount of talking that I didn't know I was going to have. Showed up there and had 15 pieces of paper shoved in my mouth to do some presentations, but everyone else here. We got to do a lot of talking, but it was great to see everybody there. And then just let everybody know for the couple upcoming meetings I'm leaving for work. I'll be on the East Coast, Nova Scotia, and kind of bouncing around a bunch of different. So both 10th and 11th meeting remotely, please. Like for me, these can work. And other than that, I don't have anything else to share.
Okay. Any questions to Councilor Wilhelm? Councilor Kulkin.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess first one for me is was the was an incredible conference this first, and it was a lot to, but economic development, non-economic development, it was really helpful. And the key takeaway from different speakers is that number one, Alberta is a great window to the forest woodlands land squarely in the middle of potential that is there for us. Is just how we approach it. Prairies Can was there. They're were number one for new green economy, inclusiveness, and that includes tourism as well. For everybody who wants to learn a little bit about the economic program for economic developers, there was a presentation Society for Life, and that was farm, which is changing quite dramatically through ag tourism, and a conversation to have with the former president as well was the educational component, and where there's a really interesting form that some of the teachers are using now to use agriculture as a tool to get that education into their broad changing. which I thought was like very creative. I thought was really cool, and I'm going to take it up with our division to see if we can't do something like that. Strengths are being sold all invest in Alberta. Incredible. This is all over the world. Their strengths are being sold in the and technology. A lot of the value added. The conversation that I brought there was, of course, perspective. Value added has never put money in energy. We produce a high-end product is added, and we bear the cost of it, much like the municipalities bear the cost of the dumping of the problem. Real strength in the energy sector, especially with the innovation that's over hydrogen, renewable energy. The renewable energy research in green energy has, it's incredible how the policy can start to change, and that's very evident. There's been a shift in where development goes. Good piece, architecture is done in recycling concrete, bio, tourism, and agritourism, that bio, and there's been a real up in Alberta as far as the film industry is. There's agencies, international investors, the network, particularly strong candidate, only in energy and ag. That was really evident. There was quite a competition between the two speakers. The one that was from Texas, it was obvious Texas is more like a international. Then what are investors looking for? We as municipalities really have to focus on as developers. We need to know our strengths and be able to tell our story. We're proud of what we have. Demonstrate strength in the region and the ability to, and that's solid. And that was really a big focus, was regional collaboration between in economic development. The places that we lack and sometime developing is our education institutions and our secondary support. Habit attitude in Alberta, which has been recognized around the world. Be bold and creative. What you've got here, you won't get there. Engagement of investors. Big conversation. I seem to always want to attract investors, which is an execution method of our work. Just get the jobs and only short-term benefit from it. Why don't we invest in backyard? The one good thing is taxes. Alberta is a helpful place to be. Mentorship, transportation. The last presentation was from Todd Hurst, and he's an economist. His for know your story, develop relationships at all, because that's be prepared for the work and show up as much as you can, be present and be kind. So that was kind of what I took away from that conference. It was more than I had expected. And then I guess on the 23rd, having his own meeting, I'll let Sean expand on that a little bit. The key takeaway there for me was that we really have to invest in our. Then on the 20th, our head district social meeting was very quick, efficient, and everything's going good there. So, okay, thanks, Councillor Tolkien. Any
Mr. Councilor. All right.
Thank you. I'll make mine short, I think. But I did attend a chamber meeting, and we had a president of Business Development Corporation, chief economist, and he was painting an economic picture based on expected inflation rates and interest rates. And his outlook was rosy hurt, so being a hang on to. Like most of council, it covered most things. I just wanted to the council's attention to an entity called Emissions Reduction. It's an entity that finds investment capital for green energy projects. One that really caught my eye as being really innovative was a process that captured vanadium from fly ash up in the Sun Coast behind this. Can be a pretty toxic substance, but they found a way to are finding a way to extract vanadium in battery storage. So it spoke to me of mines coming up with ways to utilize resources that we have, and take something that was a problem and you had to dispose of and actually make some money with it and help the climate situation at the same time. And nobody said this, and maybe I'm stealing John's thunder, but need to have a big shout out to our EDO Bert Roach, who got the EDO here at the award ceremony. It was watch his reaction. He had coming, and when his name was announced, he was on top of the world. I think he just floated over the stage, and pretty cool moment for Bert. And the last thing, Corinne for clarifying the whole notice of motion, sending in a request to admin to have something put on the agenda. So I'm not doing a notice of motion, but I just want council to be aware that we as a council have kind of taken a preliminary step forward in terms of developing a relationship with our I'm not satisfied with the pace that's gone to. I think it kind of was at our volunteer awards ceremony where there was a group from the friends that was there, the land acknowledgement, and in a bit of a moment, and I just think that if that was something that are adopt for meetings and public events, that it would just be second nature to do that. So we'll be sending that request on to council. But that's it for me.
Okay. I'm going to try and keep mine tied up here. So everybody commented on the DEA there as well. Again, I think the big takeaways and I'll talk about a couple of different things is energy and food. It's how you put this Economic Development Association and you kind of think businesses and these other things. And some of them absolutely is interaction and we're going into Alberta is at a bit of a challenge right now with their power generation, natural gas, because that resource is volatile. So it's all over the place. The discussion around small modular reactors and where they can go, and it's one thing that I'd love to kind of think we have, and we now from the electrical distribution grid that they're looking for ways to pay for that distribution grid. In the past, and your idea was power based on power plants. You cheap source of fuel. You have you locate the water in somewhere where there's coal. You build you really how much it costs to build the train. The power supply is cheap. The only people were energy production. The price of coal was flat. Now we're in a situation where those coal plants have moved over to natural gas, and because we're pipelining natural gas to them, and then we have transmission where the coal and the natural gas facility. So there's a real conversation around where that's going to go, and I think we need to be having the conversation around some of these small modular reactors, because on the carbon they're I have to have a discussion and around it. Everybody's nuclear power, and they think of I'm sure no the factors are not so I'd like to just bring that up as part of the conversation that we're going to have to be having, because if we afford power in this, we are going to be manufacturing a lot of trouble on the trying to survive as people. I get the talk about being voluntold to the volunteer appreciation supper, and originally Heather said after the conference, and then I think within 2 days of the event she said, I'm actually ready to MC. So I never done that. Some fantastic bands. Heather did a great job. After did a great job getting everybody together, and it's important that we recognize. And what I said at the event was that much between there's a difference between a house and a home. You can make a big difference between a house and it's the people. It's a building and a community center. So the community is made up of the volunteers. We can deal with the and try and figure out how to pay for some of the structures, but we need the volunteers. So the young people out there that are important to your community, it is. You gotta get out there and take charge of your community and your future. It's yours to get out there and volunteer these little things as little as you possibly can, or just get out there and do it. So that's my plug for volunteers, and thank you to the volunteers that we do have. On the RMA side, to the meeting, I actually got to hear about a lot of the things that we've been discussing. So the right now is running over in and despite municipal objection, solar facilities, if it's green, they approve it. They did their first denial of a solar facility, and it was based on I believe bird. Remember the specific? What was it? Ducks. Okay. I was going to maybe. I don't know if they know what data they have on it or whatever, but there are some solar facilities, from what I understand, that are actually being approved not on prime irrigated soil. So taxpayers spent a bunch of actually irrigating some of these lands, and now they're sticking solar panels on them. To my understanding, this program would work is they'd be there in place for 20 shading on the ground. It tends to destroy the productivity. We need to start a conversation at the municipal level and taking up that space And if the AUC is going to us, then they can overrule us. And at least it's a matter of record that they've overruled us, and after we make the best decisions in the interest of our municipality. So, a really important conversation to have dovetails into the land, deal with cultural land, how to protect agricultural land, and there's a decision on that. So that stay tuned. It's going to be coming. With I will wrap it up. And if there's any questions to me, I'll start. Cool.
Yeah, maybe you could just, talk about the recyclability of solar panels that are maxing out their life cycle.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, there's nothing right now that they can do on the solar and the wind. These two, they're not recyclable landfills. And I think another discussion, green power. Think of this in more about base power generation. So there has to be base power generation. It's not sun. There is electricity, and you can actually throttle power, much like a gas turbine. That can't be done with energy. It produces what it produces, and if it's too little, you've got to put up in base generation. And our grid in stable and get worse with the addition of uncontrollable energy. So I'd like to have a sure that people are aware of that. Just a great idea. Councilor Cook.
About the recycling on solar panels at the Alberta conference in February, is actually working on a program for that current recycling solar panel. It is coming.
Okay. Perfect. Councilor Williams.
That's council reports and questions as information.
All in favor? We're into finance report.
Okay.
Take us through this.
Okay, so this is a quarter of March. So nothing is standing in terms of our spending and our revenues. As is that most take place until it's and our revenues won't. So like to the accounts report, the briefs asked for it. So this is basically talking about how our cash flow goes past month. So starting off, yeah. So as the auditors mentioned, is that at the end of the year, starting January, we have about $9 million in the cash, and that shows in the so over $16 million. And then under our various reserve, just close to $2 million. Right now, the interest rate we got is about 4% in the savings. Percent of our 30 days or 60 days notice of account. That is some limitation in terms of how we can invest the money as under the MPA to speculate or go any products. And then if we go into getting advisors, usually charge 1% on the amount. We have $19 million is self guarantee whether that would be a gain or loss. % to manage the So that is the discussions, I guess, with the council maybe in June about whether we in the account we want to go for our investment. Because we won't get our tax revenue, see our cash balances. So right now, at the end of March, we have about 14 million. Saving, we got the amount will go away to June because we won't get the tax until the June. It will probably bring $1 of our. What I plan once we have kind of like stabilized in terms of is that we would like to reserve. As you see that the reserve is not very high valuations. The public works equipment reserve just over $2 million, but all other reserves see that they're just less. For instance, sewer reserve less than $200,000. But we all know that we need to replace a main line or a sewage line. We're talking about millions of dollars. So conversations, we will. This is just a shot in terms of accounts. We are going to present the revised council at the next council meeting in advance of tax rates bylaw discussions. So at this point, we are the spending is within control.
I'm just disappointed. It's kind of what I'm talking about. This first page, if you see the first page, well, you're spending $9 million in the county, and there's a portion of right?
Yes, 5.8.
Say again?
$5.8 million. That is on the last page.
Requisitions?
Yes.
Basically $6 million of the schools, right?
That includes the foundations. Yep.
And what about our policing?
Policing will fall under the IFs, the insurance because we used to pay to the
Right,
town
we're paying
records.
the province
Yeah, but right
directly.
now, with the coding, we're there.
Well, let's change the coding, because
Yep.
we don't pay them, we pay the province, so. And that amount is what, $500,000? It's close?
Close to half.
Any other questions? Oh, Councilor
Motion that council transfer 2023 as information.
You're good. Any discussion? All in favor? Good. Service track reports. Good.
For that to Nikita.
Oh,
Okay. This is the monthly service track report for March. Not too, the past couple of months, pretty steady. You may notice it's a lot lower than last year. Last year there was a lot more snow still coming down, so we had a lot more requests for snow plows. But I can draw your eyes to there is employee kudos this month for a trader who cleared someone's way fairly quickly. So it's good. We had a couple of bylaw enforcement requests.
okay. Question? Councilor Cush.
So we council accepts the monthly service report is in.
Okay, very good. Any dis- All in favor? Council, I got you. This two. 11 point, correct, 10.4.
Your worship, at the March 15th council meeting, administration was directed to include a monthly infrastructure report as a standing agenda item. So what I did is I included a report that I've done in other municipalities, capital, and moving forward capital, you'll just get operating going on. I'm not going to read the report, but if there's some feedback, is this what council? Are there any questions? What I provide?
This one, so Councilor Cush's, so in the future, when we do one of these, we'll for the mix is doing something like this.
The coal mix will be a separate RFD.
If you're pulverizing or you have plans to pulverize anything, you wouldn't put it in?
Our plan for pulverizing will be in an RFD with meeting from OSAC. So we coal mix pulverizing as a separate issue.
Any other questions to Councilor Pratt?
The pulverizer doesn't give the answer to Councilor Cush. He wants to know the cost maintaining coal mix versus maintaining.
Through the chair to Councilor Preston. Yeah, that'll be in the RFDs. We will identify what we'll point to the area we've identified as requiring pulverizing this year. We will have the cost analysis for coal mix and putting to ground. That'll be in there, so council will see what we're planning on right here, and council make that determination. Yes, or keep it or background. So all that information in there. Yes.
10 years of oil versus 10 years of
correct. Yep, that will be part of the RFD.
List, showing all kind of what's coming and what's going. One thing I would like to see as these projects are coming up, say like just for example, road reconstruction, when we get closer, or if we say have a list we're supposed to start, just that kind of information. So if we have residents, okay, so this is happening, like you have an idea when or how long, at least have something. I mean, I understand construction can be longer, but at least if you have a time frame, you can tell the resident on a list here when the project starts detail as to the residents.
Through the chair to Councillor Cush, yes, that will be part of the plan. As we have our kickoff meeting and contracts with contractors, will form part of the projects.
Any wish to make
I'll make a motion that council accepts infrastructure report as.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Let's try 32 more minutes.
That's carried. CAO report. CAO.
Acting CAO.
You didn't put this together, did you? No, I don't do this.
I don't know if the boss will be here. I bet.
I guess I'm just.
Members of council, in the operation, we have point out that today is administrative we have recognized all our administrative in the organization of our operations. Our new staff that we've hired a new clerk. Our asset management coordinator has started. We are in the search for a finance manager and the assistant for CAO. Our summer staff have been hired, and they will be starting within some next week, some the week after. And tomorrow afternoon, we are providing a tour of the airport for all our administrative staff, our corporate services staff, and our planning staff. It's a key component we have. But not many of them have ever had the tour, so we're going to close that loop. That is about for CAO's report. Acting.
Councillor Wilhelm.
Chair to administration. A few meetings ago, we had discussed filling the road to date. Is that going to be an RFD coming up?
Chair to Council Wilhelm, that will come up in 2 meetings. Will be out. We'll be able to identify that you want to go look at. Thank you.
Yeah. CAO report is information.
Very good. Okay. All in favor? Okay, read us to item 11. Councilor Kush.
Motion to keep made the whole under.
Any discussion on that? All in favor? Okay. I'll wait for streaming to stop and okay, so we're back from closed session under 11.2. And we have a motion arising from that. Councillor Kush.
First motion I'd like to make is that council accepts the legal opinion as information.
Thank you, Councillor Kush. Any discussion? All in favor? And I see Councillor Dean, so any opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Kush.
Second motion, the council dismiss the code of conduct complaint pursuant to bylaw 505/18, councillor code of conduct.
Thank you, Councillor Kush. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? And I see Councillor Dean. Any opposed? That is carried. Councillor Dean?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh no!
Okay. Okay, no discussion on a motion to adjourn, all in favor? Vote on this one, Peter.